Chapter 248. Longzhen arrived very quickly. I Ching had just cleared the table when the black dragon brought her in. Sun Long. The moment they entered the room, Longzhen's cold expression changed. She smiled like a loving mother and appeared in front of I Ching in a flash. She looked him up and down. Why are you here? You've just hatched and you're weak. You've only just woken up. You shouldn't be running around. Even if you want to cultivate as soon as possible, you don't have to be in such a hurry to meet your future master, right? She adjusted his clothes and reached out to carry him. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Tell me. I Ching's expression froze. He hurriedly took a few steps back. After putting some distance between them, he cupped his fists and bowed like an adult. Supreme Divinity Longzhen paused, then smiled even wider. You're my son indeed. So obedient. She looked proud. But you don't have to do that in front of me. Supreme Divinity Longzhen. I Ching tried his best to look serious. Unfortunately, his childish face looked out of place. I might not be your son. Longzhen froze. Silly child, what are you talking about? She continued smiling. Don't joke with me. Supreme Divinity, I'm not joking. I Ching said respectfully. My name is I Ching. I'm the only disciple of the invincible sect in the immortal world. He turned to look at the person who was sprawled lazily on the table. Please forgive me, Supreme Divinity. I woke up a few days ago and did not have time to explain before I went back to sleep. Actually, I did not want to be her disciple. She's my master, Shening. Immortal world. Master. I Ching told her everything that had happened. We came to the divine world to look for someone. I don't know why I entered that dragon egg and became like this, but I'm really not your son. Longzhen was stunned. She looked at her grown-up son and Shening beside him. Surprisingly, there was no sadness or anger on her face. Instead, she smiled at him. I see. AI, why didn't you say so earlier? The more she smiled, the happier she became. She glared at him as if she was complaining, I was wondering why you've been so cold to me these past few days. Just as he recovered a little, he disappeared without a trace. So that's how it is. You still remember what happened in your previous life. This time, it was the other's turn to be at a loss. Previous life. What does that mean? Long air. She turned to look at I Ching's face. Her eyes darkened, filled with complicated emotions. It was as if she was looking at something else through him. She did not speak for a long time. This face, it was clearly, I Ching frowned and called out, Supreme Divinity Longzhen. Longzhen paused for a moment before reacting. She smiled awkwardly and continued, there's no need to doubt it. You are indeed my son. As if she had thought of something, she clenched her fists and hesitated for a while before saying in a low voice, when you were born, you were different from others. The dragon energy on the dragon egg was sparse, and the dragon soul was extremely weak. I heard that the power of reincarnation can nourish your dragon soul, so you sent him into samsara. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. Just like Shorty. Yes. She nodded. After I sent his dragon soul into samsara, I searched for male dragons in the clan and nourished the body inside the dragon egg with dragon energy every day. I had planned to summon his soul back after his dragon soul had recovered. But I did not expect you to cultivate your mortal body into an immortal body and come to the divine world. Everyone who goes through samsara will forget their past lives. Even if I summon your dragon soul back to the divine world, you would have to go through samsara again. That's why I thought you had forgotten about it too. She looked at I Ching again, and something flashed across her eyes. But I did not expect you to come back so early. What's more, you ascended directly from the divine world. Whether it's the dragon body in the egg or your immortal body after reincarnation, they are both your bodies. It's normal for them to be connected. Perhaps because of this, you have become one with the dragon body in the egg. Two became one. Shining and I Ching exchanged a look. But they did not ascend here. They were smuggled here by god fiends. So, you are indeed my long heir. Longzhen stepped forward and looked lovingly at the shrunken I Ching. She exuded the glow of an old mother. I personally sent your dragon soul down to the lower realm. I cannot be wrong. I Ching stiffened. He did not know if he was not used to her overly enthusiastic attitude, but he took another step back. That meant that his previous body had become one with the egg. Was he a human or a dragon now? Why can I still sense the immortal bones in my body, even though my body has become like this? His cultivation level, his spirit root, and even his sword intent were the same as before. There is no dragon power. Longzhen's smile deepened. You have never sensed dragon chi before, have you? Dragon chi. I Ching hesitated. He subconsciously released his divine perception. Immediately, an unfamiliar aura surged in. He felt his sea of consciousness ring and something open. His body flashed with golden light. The next moment, the little being on the ground disappeared, and a shining golden dragon appeared in the room. In an instant, it broke the roof, and the broken tiles fell to the ground. Master! I Ching subconsciously turned to block Shen Ying's head. This caused the room to become even more ruined. In an instant, everything fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. By the time they reacted, only Long Worm and Long Zhen were left on the ground, their heads covered in dust. The giant dragon had already retreated a short distance away and was carefully coiling around Shining. Although the dragon was not as tall as Black Dragon and Long Zhen, its entire body seemed to be bathed in sunlight. It was blinding. Gold. Gold. Golden dragon. The black dragon completely ignored the dust. He opened his mouth and looked at the dragon opposite him in shock. Long Zhen was shocked too. She did not expect her son to be a golden dragon. No wonder back then, legend had it that golden dragons were the royalty of the dragon race. They were far more powerful than the other dragons. But golden dragons had only appeared in ancient times. I Ching was shocked too. He activated all the immortal chi in his body and found that it had become even thicker and more shocking. Could this be divine power? Chef. Shining raised her head. It really was a dragon. Only then did I Ching recover from the shock of his sudden transformation. He tried to use a spell to change back to his human form, but his body shrank and instantly turned into a small dragon that was as tall as a human. Master, I'm not familiar with the control of divine power yet. I can't change back so quickly. He had not gotten used to his dragon form and did not know how to transform. He tried a few times but could not change back. He could only stand on his two hind legs and pretend that he was walking. Oh. Shining did not care about this. She only looked at his thin dragon claws. Chef. Master. Can you still cook when you're like this? The two dragons, are you only concerned about your own food? Fu *K. A moment later, a resolute reply came. Yes. As if to prove it, a certain dragon turned and ran into the kitchen that had not collapsed. He grabbed the spatula with one claw, the black dragon. What happened to the royalty of the dragon race? Long Zhen. I might have given birth to a fake son. Chapter 249. The son that Long Zhen had been looking forward to for hundreds of thousands of years was finally back. What's more, he was the legendary golden dragon. Long Zhen felt that this was perfect, if only he did not like to cook so much. She looked at the golden dragon who had been busy in the kitchen since noon. Long Zhen wanted to stop him. After all, he had just turned back into a dragon and needed more time to cultivate. But because he was doing this out of filial piety towards Master, she could not say anything. So before she knew it, she was already sitting at the table and eating with him. Straight face, Master, have some tea. I Ching, who was still in the form of a little golden dragon, handed a cup of tea to someone who had just finished her afternoon tea. Oh. Shening accepted it out of habit. She looked at Chef, who was sitting obediently at the side like a cartoon dragon, pressing his claws together. She finally remembered something important. Chef! Master! Can't you turn back into a human? I Ching's dragon head drooped. Not yet. Although the black dragon had already told him how to turn back into a human, he was still not familiar with this body. What's more, every time he used his god power, he would feel strangely tired. He just broke out of his shell. His body is weak. It's normal that he can't turn back into a human, Long Zhen explained. Are dragons that weak? Shening asked. Not really. Long Zhen frowned. Maybe he's different from other dragons. Oh. Master. I Ching suddenly recalled something. I remember that ever since I entered that egg, there seemed to be an aura suppressing me. I could not break out. Also. He frowned. The more I resisted, the weaker my body became. It was very likely because of this that he turned into this child. There's such a thing. Long Zhen was shocked. She stood up and looked him up and down. What aura is that? I Ching shook his head. I don't know either. I know, Shening suddenly said. The three dragons were shocked and turned to look at her in unison. What did she mean? Shening took out a white object from her side. Is it this? Everyone was stunned. Even Long Zhen looked curiously at the thing in her hand. It was the piece of eggshell that she had dug out from the dragon egg a few days ago. Exalted goddess, what aura is there on it? The black dragon took a closer look. There was nothing on the eggshell. He's inside. She reached out and tore off the layer of membrane on the inside of the eggshell. Halfway through, a black chi suddenly flashed out of the eggshell. It was extremely fast. Just as it was about to rush out, Shening reached out and grabbed it back. In the next moment, a black, smoke-like gas appeared in her hand. It was twisting desperately as if it were alive. It had a cold and gloomy aura, and it would occasionally let out a shrill scream, like the cry of a ghost. The aura became fainter and fainter in her hands, and in a short while, it disappeared. This is the yin qi of a ghost immortal. Long Zhen was shocked. Her eyes widened and she stood up abruptly. How can this be? I've been taking care of my son's dragon egg all these years. How can there be a ghost immortal's yin qi hidden inside? What's a ghost immortal? Shening tilted her head. Long Zhen frowned, her expression exceptionally dark. Ghost immortals are deviant ghosts from the underworld who cultivate to become immortals. Their cultivation methods are very special and their cultivation techniques are very strange. Many divine races can't do anything to them. But their whereabouts are always uncertain, and they won't easily come to divine territory. Deviant ghosts becoming immortals? It was not just I Ching. Even the black dragon was shocked. Ghosts were living beings. After they died, their grievances would not dissipate and they would float around the world. Usually, they would only appear in the mortal realm. In short, they were just souls without bodies. And souls were the weakest. No one had ever heard of a ghost being able to cultivate to become an immortal, much less one that could rival divine races. Where do these ghost immortals usually stay? Ghost immortals need to absorb the yin qi of the underworld to cultivate, Longjin said. That's why they usually appear near the Yin River. Supreme Divinity, did you have a feud with a ghost immortal before? I Ching asked. Longjin glanced at I Ching, unhappy with the way he addressed her, but she could only sigh. I don't think so. In these hundreds of thousands of years, I've never left the Dragon Abyss, and I've never seen a ghost immortal. That was strange. Why would there be yin qi of a ghost immortal in a perfectly good dragon egg? And it happened to suppress I Ching, preventing him from hatching on his own. If Shining had not forcefully broken the eggshell, perhaps he really would not have been able to come out. The Dragon Abyss has never interacted with other places. Even the Dragon Valley rarely interacts. If you're talking about feuding, I don't. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if remembering something. Her face paled and her fists clenched tightly. I just remembered something important. I'm going back to the main hall. Long. I Ching, your body is still very weak. You have to rest more. With that, she nodded at the few of them and hurried out. The few of them looked confused. Shining tilted her head. It looked like Chef's family in his previous life had a story too. After Longjin left, she suddenly became busy. She did not come back for a few days. It was obvious that she was looking for that ghost immortal. These few days, Chef was also trying hard to adapt to his dragon body. He only focused on two things every day: familiarize himself with the circulation of god power and cook for Shining. Fortunately, he was originally a top student. After trying a few times, he finally succeeded in transforming back into that little bean. Perhaps it was because he had begun to absorb the dragon energy for cultivation, his originally skinny body had finally gained some flesh. He looked like a baby, but he still did not grow in size. The dragon race had always relied on bloodline inheritance. Cultivation methods and whatnot did not need to be taught. He was born with it. The god power in his body began to grow at an alarming rate. In just a few days, he was already catching up to the black dragon. The black dragon felt very depressed. Originally, he wanted to go to Longjin to make his presence known. Unfortunately, he did not see her for a few days. So he could only come back to Shining for comfort. But I Ching guarded against him like a thief. If he took a step closer, the black dragon looked like he wanted to hit him with a spatula. The black dragon felt like he had been abandoned by the whole world. 10 days later. Master, my cultivation has stabilized. I Ching poured a cup of tea and stood on the chair. His little body was almost lying on the table. Then, he passed the cup of tea to Shining. The other party took it with a natural expression, took a sip, and said, "Are you ready?" "Yes." "Oh, what about the dishes?" "I've prepared them for half a month." "Pastries." 20-odd kinds. "Fruits." 2 storage bags should be enough." "All right." Shining then stood up lazily. "Let's go." I Ching jumped down from the chair. Seeing the 2 figures, one tall and one short, about to leave, the black dragon finally reacted. "Wait." He blocked the 2 of them. "Where are you going?" Chapter 250. I Ching frowned and looked at him coldly. "The Yin River of the Underworld." "Get out of my way, you little bastard." "Yin River." Black Dragon was taken aback. "Why are you going there? When did you decide that? Why don't I know anything about it? I don't even know you." "Not familiar." The black dragon felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He looked at Shining and cried, "Exalted goddess. Didn't you say I'm your little cutie?" "We're going to look for Shorty," Shining explained. "Shorty? Who?" The black dragon was stunned. After a while, he remembered that this was one of the 3 people that the exalted goddess was looking for. "Exalted goddess, you know where she is?" "Yes." Shining nodded. The yin chi on the eggshell was exactly the same as the one on the flower in Shorty's room. In the netherworld. The black dragon was still confused. He glanced at Yi Qing, who was acting like a child. But Long Zhen is not back yet." "I will let her know," Yi Qing said. But Black Dragon was about to say something when a maidservant rushed in and bowed to Yi Qing. She said anxiously, "Young master, bad news." In order to avenge the young lord, Divinity single-handedly went to Wuqi Mountain. Wuqi Mountain. Yi Qing's expression darkened. "Speak clearly. What happened?" Supreme Divinity said that the yin qi on the young master's eggshell might be related to the Phoenix clan, so in a fit of anger, the maidservant stamped her feet anxiously, her face full of anxiety. "The Phoenix clan has always been unreasonable. I'm afraid that Supreme Divinity will be at a disadvantage if you go there." Yi Qing clenched his fists and turned to look at the person beside him. "Master. Let's go to the West Mountain first." Wuqi Mountain was the headquarters of the Phoenix clan, and the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan had always been at odds with each other. The Dragon race couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of the Phoenix race, and the Phoenix race couldn't stand the fact that the Dragon race had all kinds of bloodlines, and that all kinds of dragons, snakes, and fishes could become dragons. Therefore, although they were both of the god race, the 2 races never had any friendly relations. But Long Zhen was not an unreasonable person. She was so angry that she rushed to Wuqi Mountain to seek revenge. She must have found something. Perhaps it was because he had become a divine being, but Yi Qing's flying speed was much faster than before. In addition, the Dragon Abyss had a transportation array that was connected to the Phoenix clan. In less than an hour, they arrived at the Phoenix clan's territory. Before they even reached Wuqi Mountain, they could see lightning flashing and thunder roaring in the distance. Not far away, the sky was filled with dark clouds. From time to time, there would be lightning flashes in the sky, accompanied by loud booms. Below the clouds was a fiery red. The entire ground was covered in flames, and a scorching aura assaulted their faces. Yi Qing made a hand seal and set up an isolation array around the 2 of them. Only then did he rush into the half-flame and half-lightning world. "Little Zhen, what are you doing?" A man's voice came from the flames on the ground, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "When have I ever offended you that you want to attack me?" "Shut up." Long Zhen stood in the sky full of lightning. She was so angry that her body trembled. "You dared to plant ghost immortal yin qi in my son's egg. You should have thought that this day would come." "Yin qi." The man paused. Instantly, a slender figure walked out of the flames. He was dressed in blue and had long red hair, just like the flames behind him. He was extremely beautiful, and there was a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows. His entire body exuded a seductive aura. He looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. "What yin qi? What's wrong with your precious dragon egg? You're still pretending." Long Zhen was even angrier. The lightning around her increased. She glared at the man and said, "Feng San, don't think I don't know. You were the one who sent the person who told me that I could use the power of reincarnation to save my son." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She looked at the man as if she wanted to pluck out all his feathers. "I didn't think that you would take the opportunity to instruct a ghost immortal to plant Qi in the egg. You almost sucked my son dry. If Qi had not returned to this world as an immortal and merged with his dragon body, if his master had not forcefully broken the eggshell, perhaps, the more Longzhen thought about it, the more she trembled. Feng-san, I don't think I did anything wrong to you back then. You know how important my son is to me. Why did you do this to me? I didn't. Little Zhen, I really don't like the dragon egg you've given birth to, Feng-san said with a confused expression. I really don't like the dragon egg you laid. I was the one who sent you to send the dragon soul into reincarnation. But I really didn't ask anyone to plant Qi in it. You're still trying to argue. In the entire divine realm, apart from you, a wandering phoenix, who else would have a relationship with a ghost immortal? Feng-san's face paled. He seemed to want to explain himself. Longzhen obviously did not want to listen to him anymore. The lightning around her became even fiercer. Like a sharp blade, she attacked Feng-san. Feng-san could only dodge and summon a wall of fire to block the lightning. Little Zhen, listen to me. Why would I harm you? Shut up. Longzhen's attacks became more and more intense. She attacked as if she was going to die. At first, Feng-san could still defend himself. But as time went on, he found it harder and harder to defend himself. Just as he was about to be hit by the lightning, a defensive array appeared in front of him. It absorbed the attack and reflected it back at him. Longzhen could not dodge in time and was hit. Little Zhen. Feng-san was shocked. He did not expect this to happen. He tried to fly forward in a panic. Longzhen took a step back and covered the area where she was hit. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain in her chest. The hatred in her eyes intensified. She summoned lightning and forced Feng-san to retreat again. Her eyes turned as cold as ice. She laughed and said, "Back then. I must have been blind to have fallen in love with you." Feng-san's body stiffened. He seemed to have heard something shocking. His eyes widened in disbelief. Little Zhen, what did you just say? I thought you were different from the other phoenixes. I didn't expect you to be even more shameless than him. It's fine if you don't want to acknowledge my son, but you want to take his life. What? What did she mean? Feng-san, Longzhen, will sever all ties with you today. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she instantly transformed into a giant red dragon. The white lightning around her also turned red, and she charged downwards like a red lightning dragon. Wait! Little Zhen. Longzhen's speed was extremely fast. With a loud boom, the entire sky was filled with red lightning. Shining and Qing. A while later, Chef Shining bent down and patted his little shoulder comfortingly. You seem to have another father. Qing. Son of AB*TCH. Chapter 251. The next moment, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A huge phoenix appeared on the ground. It was covered in rainbow-colored feathers, as if it was draped in rainbows. With a flap of its wings, it immediately dispersed the surrounding lightning. Its long tail feathers directly wrapped around the dragon's body, binding it tightly like a chain. As if it didn't want to hurt the dragon, it retracted its wings and hugged the dragon in front of it. Let go of me. Longzhen screamed, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from the other party's control. She had no choice but to turn back into her human form in a flash. Feng-san reacted faster than her. He turned back into his human form and held on to the dragon. Using his larger size, he turned around and pinned her to the ground. I'm not letting go. Longzhen was furious, but she could not move. Even her god power was being suppressed. Feng San, you bastard. Little Zhen, what did you just say? Can you say it again? Feng San looked at the person under him excitedly. His eyes were overflowing with affection. Did you just say that you like me? Little Zhen, you like me, right? Get lost. Long Zhen glared at him, her eyes filled with anger. I hate you. I wanted to pluck all your feathers off 160,000 years ago. Little Zhen. His expression darkened. He buried his head in her neck. But I like you. I've liked you since I was young. *T. Long Zhen did not believe him. You don't even acknowledge your own son. How dare you say you like me? That dragon egg is really mine. Feng San still couldn't believe his ears. It had been so many years, and little Zhen had been guarding that egg to her death. He thought she had never fallen for him. That was why he did not dare to look for her. He did not expect that the egg was actually his. How could this be? I thought what? Long Zhen's expression turned colder. She laughed mirthlessly. You were the one who abandoned us and returned to Wuqi Mountain without saying a word. Why are you still pretending now? No. I don't know. I really don't know. Someone told me. Get lost. Long Zhen did not want to listen to him and began to struggle with all her might. Either you kill me or let me go. No, I won't let you go. Feng San hugged her even tighter. I've already lost you once. I won't let you go again. You bastard, let go. No. Let go. No, I say. Suddenly, a hesitant female voice sounded from the side. The two of them subconsciously turned their heads and saw two figures, one big and one small, squatting beside them. They looked at the two of them with constipated expressions. That. The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. Let's flirt. Don't put on a show, okay? She would lose fans if she continued to act melodramatic. Long Zhen, Feng San, Phoenix Perching Palace. Feng San stared at the child in front of him, who did not even reach his waist. His eyes, nose, and mouth were so excited that stars seemed to float out of his eyes. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that he looked like himself. This was actually his child. It was his and little Zhen's. He stared at the child even more intently, not daring to blink for fear that he would disappear. His mouth opened and closed a few times before he managed to squeeze out two words. Call me Daddy. Splat. Shening could vaguely hear the sound of something breaking. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. With a swoosh, an immortal sword appeared in his hand. Master, can I kill him? Shening, calm down, chef. No matter how melodramatic it was still his own child. The kind that could not be cooked. Humph. Long Zhen, who was sitting on the other side, laughed coldly. She still looked indignant. Why do you have to pretend to acknowledge us now? Feng San's face paled. He sighed and turned to walk toward her. Little Zhen, stop right there. Long Zhen glared at him. Stay away from me. Feng San had no choice but to return to his seat. I really did not know that the dragon egg back then was my child. You were so resolute with me back then. In a fit of anger, I left the dragon abyss and returned to Wuqi Mountain. After that, I heard that you had a child. I thought. You thought the child was someone else's. Long Zhen laughed coldly. Feng San hung his head, like a child who had done something wrong. It's all my fault. All these years, I did not dare to ask you personally. I missed out on you for so many years. Long Zhen snorted. She took a deep breath to suppress the anger in her heart. She closed her eyes and said, I don't want to talk about what happened in the past anymore. I just want to ask you, what's going on with the Yin Qi in the dragon egg? I really don't know what Yin Qi is. Feng San said anxiously. I do know one or two ghost immortals, but I only met them by chance when I was crossing the Yin River. Yin River. Long Zhen paused. When did you go to the Yin River? Feng San paused, as if he had let something slip. He subconsciously turned to look at the little figure standing beside Shining. Long Zhen finally reacted. Her eyes widened. The person who broke into the underworld and sent the dragon's soul into samsara was you? Her expression changed. How is that possible? I clearly asked. I was the one who told him not to say. Feng San sighed. I know you best. If you knew it was me, you would not have agreed to help. Long Zhen fell silent. She hated him to the core. How could she have accepted his help? Feng San took a step forward. The love in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. He sighed and said, You don't have to worry about it. When I crossed the Yin River by force, I met a few ghost immortals by the river. Unfortunately, I was corroded by the Yin River's death qi. I accidentally awakened the ancient fire phoenix bloodline and became a divine supreme. It was a blessing in disguise. At that time, the dragon's soul in the egg was too weak. It could not withstand any reincarnation sorcery. That was why it could only be sent to the underworld's reincarnation stage. To get to the reincarnation stage, one had to cross the Yin River. Feng San said this casually, but the Yin River's water could corrode one's divine soul. It was not that easy. He must have had no choice but to forcefully awaken it. Long Zhen frowned. She could not tell what she was feeling. She thought that he had let her down and then left the dragon abyss because he did not want to acknowledge their children. She did not expect that he was the one who sent the dragon's soul into samsara. I really don't know what happened to the Yin Qi in the dragon egg. Feng San lowered his voice and said carefully, but I promise you that I will help you find out. How about that? Long Zhen glanced at him. A complicated look flashed across her eyes. A moment later, she calmed down and returned to her usual coldness. There's no need. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her expression was resolute. On account of how you sent my son into samsara, I will let bygones be bygones. I will look into the Yin Qi myself. With that said, she stood up and prepared to leave. Little Zhen. Feng San panicked. In a flash, not only did he appear in front of her, but he also conjured a seal to freeze Long Zhen in place. He hugged her and said, I will never let you leave me again. All these years, you have always been the only one in my heart. Long Zhen stopped in her tracks. Her expression was still cold, but her hands started to tremble. Feng San continued, Little Zhen, let's not miss each other again. Please trust me one more time, okay? Supreme Divinity. Just as he finished speaking, an announcement came from the door. The 438th Madam has arrived. Should I arrange for her to go to the rear hall? Feng San, Shining, Yiqing, the slap in the face came too fast. It was like a tornado. Intersection, 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 intersection. Chapter 252. Feng San. Long Zhen's body crackled. You bastard. Little Zhen, listen to me. It's not like this. Ouch. It hurts. Little Zhen. Screams rang out in the hall one after another. The master and disciple who were drinking tea calmly, Master. Yes. Should we stop them? There's no need. It had been a long time since he had watched a melodramatic family drama. It was quite refreshing. We haven't started tearing down the house yet. There's no rush. Yes, master. No problem, master. Ah. Why are you sharpening the knife? Sharpen it first. We might need to use it later. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and destroy this pair. Half an hour later, the two of them finally stopped. Perhaps because he was in the wrong, Feng San turned into a punching bag. No matter how Long Zhen attacked him, he had no intention of resisting. It became a one-sided beating by Long Zhen. Perhaps he had forgotten to use his sorcery, but the house did not collapse. The tables and chairs in the house, other than the one that Yi Qing had specially used an array to protect, were all torn to pieces. Feng San was already beaten beyond recognition. His handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head. He looked weakly at Long Zhen, not forgetting to explain, "Little Zhen, it's really not what you think. Get lost." Long Zhen could not suppress the anger in her. She kicked him again. "Everyone in the divine realm knows that you, Supreme Divinity Feng San, are a playboy. All the goddesses in your backyard are competing with each other for beauty." She must have been crazy to believe his nonsense. "Little Zhen, believe me. This is all a misunderstanding. I did not touch a single one of them." "Humph, I couldn't tell that you were a man who cherished women." Long Zhen's gaze turned even colder. "Keep lying." "Right, isn't the new wife here? Why isn't she coming in? I can still drink some wine at the wedding." Feng San wanted to say more, but Long Zhen had already turned and walked out. Soon, she pulled someone in. That person was dressed in a red wedding gown and had a veil over her head. She was slightly taller than Long Zhen. "Little Zhen." Feng San crawled up from the ground. "Listen to me. The person who brought her here said that she is a stunning beauty." Long Zhen continued to smile. "Even I am a little envious of your luck with women. I'm sure you won't mind. Let's take a look." After saying that, she pulled down the veil, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. She was indeed stunning, with sharp eyebrows and red lips, full of heroic spirit. Especially her eyes, which were especially bright, as though they were shining with light, looking exceptionally familiar. Puff, the master and disciple duo who were drinking tea couldn't help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of tea. "Holy shit. No way." As expected of peerless beauty, Long Zhen glanced at the person in front of her. She could not help but feel a chill in her heart. She directly stuffed the veil in her hand back into the other party's hand. "Then let the two of you." You." Before she could finish speaking, her eyes widened, as though she had discovered something. The bride, who had been standing quietly a moment ago, suddenly moved in a flash. She grabbed Long Zhen in front of her, an immortal sword pressed against her neck. At the same time, an array appeared beneath them. "Don't move. If you don't want to die, take me away from this godforsaken place." "Little Zhen." Feng San was shocked. His expression darkened. "If you dare to hurt her, I will tear you into pieces." The person's hand conjured a gust of black qi. "If you don't want her to die, step back. This is Yin Qi. Who are you? What do you want? Could this person be a ghost immortal?" Feng San's hand, which was about to cast a spell, paused. He looked anxiously at the person in his grasp. "Little Zhen, don't be afraid. I will save you." "Who needs you to save me?" Long Zhen seemed to have lost her mind from anger. She ignored everything else and forced her way through the array. Lightning appeared on her body again and she attacked the person behind her. The person holding her was caught off guard and was forced back a few steps. Even the yin qi in his hand dissipated. The two of them were shocked. This was not yin qi. The person's expression changed. He turned and tried to rush out of the hole. Where do you think you're going? Feng San snorted. An array lit up at the door, blocking the exit. With a twist of his hand, he summoned a ball of true phoenix fire. With a scorching aura that could burn anything, he sent it towards the person in front of him. No one in this world dared to touch little Jin in front of him. The fire came closer and closer. It was about to burn the person. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. She raised her hand and caught the ball of fire. Then, she clenched her fist. With a sizzling sound, the true phoenix fire was extinguished. Feng San, Shining turned to look at the person in the bride's makeup. She raised her hand and called out, "Hey, Father Nyo." Lone Moon, who had just escaped death, froze on the spot. A moment later, a roar reverberated through the entire hole. "Hey my ass." He swung the sword in his hand at the person's head. "Where the hell did you go?" Ouch, 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 ouch. Shining subconsciously held her forehead. "Didn't I come looking for you? Look for your sister. Do you think I'm blind? You freaking bumped into her, didn't you? Don't mind such details." "Is this a freaking detail? I was almost roasted. It's not Master's fault." I Ching hurriedly stood in front of Shining to protect her. Unfortunately, the difference in height was too big. Half of his height could not block his anger at all. The three of us got separated. It's already a miracle that Master could find us. Lone Moon looked down and paused. "Who is this little brat?" I Ching, Shining, half an hour later. "In other words, you were originally a dragon. That's why you changed back the moment you arrived in the divine realm." Lone Moon, who had just heard the whole story, looked I Ching up and down. "Yes." I Ching nodded. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. No wonder this fellow cheated all the way. His cultivation level rose so quickly. He was born on the finish line. Damn it. This bunch of winners in life who reincarnated through the back door. I can't catch up even if I work myself to death. Father Nyo, actually. Shining was just about to speak. "Shut up." Lone Moon turned and glared at her. "You were born on the podium. You have no right to speak." "Oh. Long." I Ching. Long Zhen could not help but ask, "Since this fellow Taoist is familiar with you, it must have been a misunderstanding. How should I address you?" I Ching subconsciously replied, "He's Nyo, I'm Lone Moon." "Nyo my ass." He cupped his fists and bowed. "I'm sorry. I was not clear about the situation before. I offended you. I hope Supreme Divinity will forgive me." "It's all right." Long Zhen shook her head nonchalantly. "Why are you here?" I Ching asked. He even glanced at his wedding dress. He even changed into a woman's appearance and became a bride. If not for the fact that his face did not change and that they were too familiar with his aura, he and Master would not have recognized him at first glance. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He frowned. A moment later, he sighed and said, "I found Shorty." Chapter 253. I Ching and Shining were shocked. They asked, "Where is she? Where is she?" "Don't worry, she should be fine now." Lone Moon frowned. "When I first arrived in the divine world, I was near the underworld. I sensed the same yin qi as the flower in Xian Tong's room, so I chased it all the way to the underworld. Then I found her on the way." Little Shorty, are you alright? Shining asked. He's fine, just slightly injured, Wang Yao said. Lone Moon seemed to recall something. His expression darkened. She was locked in a cave abode. I was not confident that I could get her out safely, so I let her go and find Shining first. I took her place for a while and waited for an opportunity to escape. I didn't think that I would be sent here before I could think of a plan. I was even told to marry an old sex fiend who had hundreds of wives. All of a sudden, the three screens all turned to look at a certain phoenix. The old sex fiend Feng San, Little Zhen. Feng San immediately turned to Long Zhen. Listen to me, I don't know anything about this. Long Zhen turned. It has nothing to do with me. Little Zhen. Feng San wanted to cry. Trust me this once, really. Why don't I bring you to the back palace? Then you'll know how to come back. I don't want to know. Listen to me. I'm not listening. Listen to me. I'm not listening. You said shut up. I Ching's mouth twitched. Immortal swords filled the sky, all aimed at the two of them. They had already acted out 2 chapters. Was there an end to it? If you keep talking, I'm going to attack. Feng San, Long Zhen, you're already attacking. You can spill your dog blood later. I Ching turned to look at Feng San. You should know who the person who sent Father Niu here is, right? Feng San hesitated. After thinking for a while, he said, he's from the underworld. There's only one ghost immortal I'm familiar with there. Who? Ghost immortal Zhu Ming. Feng San frowned. Then, as if thinking of something, he added, but, if it's him, then he might not be trying to harm you. Lone Moon hesitated. What do you mean? Follow me to the rear hall and you'll know once you see it, he said as he pointed behind him. They exchanged glances and followed Feng San to the rear hall. As soon as he stepped through the door of the rear hall, the scenery in front of him changed. The majestic hall instantly turned into a dense forest. Then, he heard the cries of phoenixes, and saw that there were dozens of phoenixes of different colors in their original forms, guarding something. Beside the phoenixes, there were a few women dressed in different clothes. There were formations set up around the phoenixes, and in the middle of each formation, there was an egg as tall as a human, with phoenix plume patterns faintly visible. This is... Long Zhen was shocked. The Phoenix clan's breeding forest. It's only temporary, Feng San replied. It had always been difficult for the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan to have children. Every egg needed thousands of years to fully hatch, so the 2 clans attached great importance to this matter. Normally, after they gave birth, they would gather at one place to wait for their eggs to hatch. Even the Dragon clan, which had always been separate, would gather at the place where their eggs were hatched for safety reasons. That was why only the clansmen of each clan knew where their eggs were hatched. They are my wives, Feng San said, sounding a little aggrieved. So... Shining paused. These eggs are all yours. Pfft. Feng San almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow Daoist, don't harm me even if you don't want to help. This is the place where the Phoenix clan hatches their eggs. I'm just bringing them here. Oh. She thought he was good at giving birth. I Ching, who thought he was good at giving birth, Lone Moon, who also thought so, fortunately, he did not ask. 10,000 years ago, there was a problem with the original breeding forest of the Phoenix clan, and they could not find a new safe place. That's why they came to me. I split this mystic realm and asked them to temporarily hide here. Who knew that more and more people would come? His cultivation level was the highest among the Phoenix clan. Since they were from the same clan, he could not reject them. Even after the new breeding forest was built, there were still people from the Phoenix clan who came to ask for help. Hatching needs to be looked after from time to time. That's why I also took in some people from other clans who had nowhere else to go. The few of them took a closer look. Indeed, there were women and men in the array. There were even people from other clans as well. Then why do the people in Phoenix Perch Palace call them wives? Fong San stiffened. Awkwardness flashed across his face. That's because I heard that you, Dragon Abyss, took in many servants. I thought that's why they called you that. Oh, *3, so they were just acting out of spite. One found a bunch of servants to incubate dragon eggs, the other found a bunch of wives to incubate phoenix eggs. In a sense, these two were a match made in heaven. Longzhen did not reply, but the anger on her face dissipated a little. The people in this mystic realm are all prepared not to leave until all the eggs hatch. That's why the people here have nowhere else to go. They just want to seek shelter. Fong San looked at Lone Moon and said, that's why Zhu Ming wanted to send your friend here. Perhaps he wanted her to stay away from something. I think the one who wants to harm her is someone else. The three of them stiffened. Father Nyo, where is little Shorty now? Shining asked. Lone Moon paused. He quickly retrieved the transmission amulet and sent some immortal chi into it, but there was no response at all. How could this be? I told her to wait for me in a dense forest nearby. Let's go take a look. With that, Shining turned and walked out the door. The others glanced at each other and immediately followed. Lone Moon pulled her back. Shining, it's this way. You have no sense of direction. Don't rush ahead. Lone Moon and Little Shorty had agreed to meet in a dense forest about 50 kilometers away from Wuchi Mountain. The forest there was dense and it was very well hidden. Coupled with the chaotic aura outside the forest, it was very difficult to find them there. But, shit! Lone Moon looked at the destroyed forest in front of him. There was still some Yin Chi lingering on the ground. They had only been gone for less than an hour. I'd better ask Zhu Ming about the situation. Fong San looked at the few anxious people and hurriedly conjured a water mirror. A moment later, the image of a middle-aged man dressed in black appeared on the water mirror. He was surrounded by thick death chi, but his face was exceptionally peaceful. There was even a hint of a smile on his lips. Fong San. Why are you so free to contact an old friend? Did you receive the gift I sent? Brother Chu, can you tell me why you sent that woman to me? What exactly happened? Fong San asked. Why did something happen to her again? Zhu Ming was shocked. Again. Fong San paused. Chapter 254. Zhu Ming frowned and sighed. That day, I sensed a special aura in the divine underworld. I followed it and realized that it was immortal chi. Then, I saw that woman. She was trapped in the blood-soul array at that time, so I saved her in passing. The blood-soul formation. Fong San was shocked, and his eyes widened. You're saying that someone wants to extract her soul? That's right. Zhu Ming nodded, his expression solemn. To be able to control the blood-soul array, he must be a ghost immortal. His cultivation level is not low either. The person who set up the formation must have noticed that her immortal soul was not as strong as that of a god, so he wanted to absorb her soul to nourish his own body. That was why he set up the blood-soul formation to weaken her soul body. I was afraid that if she continued to stay in the netherworld, the person who set up the formation would not let the matter rest. Thus, without waiting for her to wake up, I sent her to your place. I thought that with your ability in Feng Chi Mountain, you should be able to protect her. Lone Moon. So did he marry her for nothing? Then does Brother Chu know who captured her? I don't know either. Zhu Ming shook his head. When I found her, there was only an array around her. In other words, they had no idea where to look for him. Feng San expressed his gratitude and put away the mirror. Master. I Ching looked at Shining. Given Shorty's cultivation, be it in the divine realm or the netherworld, she would be in danger. Shining frowned. Let's go to the underworld. Yes, master. A certain pair of parents hurriedly said, the underworld is too dangerous. I Ching, why don't we? There's no need. I Ching turned and glared at them. He pointed at Longzhen and said, let's talk about this after we've settled your problem. It was enough that he had his master. Oh. Disappointed *2 she felt sad and felt that her master had given birth to her son. The netherworld was the place where the dead souls of the three realms were born. It was the complete opposite of the immortal realm, which was filled with immortal qi. At the intersection of the two realms, it was as if the heavens and earth had split into two different worlds. One side was filled with the normal green immortal qi, while the other was filled with a thick black death qi. The trio had already arrived at the netherworld. What do we do now? Lone Moon glanced at the wandering souls. I Ching cast a tracking spell and put down his hand after a while. No, this place is full of death qi. The aura in the forest disappeared the moment it entered the underworld. Shit! Lone Moon cursed under his breath. The underworld is so big. Where am I going to find Shorty? Why don't we ask him to come find us? Shining suddenly suggested. Both of them were stunned and turned to look at her. What do you mean? Didn't the person who captured Shorty want her immortal soul? Indeed. I Ching nodded. That blood soul array is for devouring souls. We have immortal souls here too. They would never complain about having too many, right? I Ching paused, then understood. He turned to look at a certain someone beside him. Why are you looking at me? Lone Moon glared back in frustration. It was good to lure the snake out of its hole, but... Why me again? Shining, they won't be able to see me even if I go. I Ching, I am no longer an immortal. And Father Nyo, didn't you not change your clothes? It just so happens that I don't need to change anymore. Who knows, maybe he likes women. Master is right. Son of AB*TCH. He understood the logic, but why did he feel the urge to slap these two to death? He took a deep breath and suppressed his violent nature. After thinking for a while, he said, all right, I will set up a spirit gathering array to lure him out. But this is the underworld. I can only hold it for 5 minutes at most. You two hide well. If he escapes, don't ask me for food expenses in the future. Yes, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them retreated tens of meters away. I Ching took out 2 aura-concealing talismans and stuck them on his chest. Master doesn't need them. He wanted to slap them to death even more. What should he do? Calm down, calm down. For the sake of Invincible Sect's only sword cultivator disciple, he would endure. Lone Moon took a big step forward and walked some distance away. He conjured a seal with both hands and a spirit gathering array appeared under his feet. It emitted a faint white light and the overflowing yin qi and death qi in the array were immediately cleared out. It was especially obvious in the pitch-black underworld. Lone Moon walked into the array and sat down cross-legged. He pretended to meditate and regulate his breathing. Immortal qi emanated from his body. In an instant, the wandering souls around him seemed to have encountered something scary. They all fled in different directions. He sat there for a full 10 minutes. Apart from the decreasing number of wandering souls around him, there was no other reaction. It was eerily quiet. Was it useless? Lone Moon frowned. Could it be that the other party had seen through their plan? Or had they been discovered when they entered the underworld? He hesitated whether to retract the immortal chi. After all, this was the underworld. Although the spirit-gathering array could temporarily isolate the surrounding yin chi, it would not last for long. Just as he was about to retract it, he suddenly felt a cold yin chi that was different from the surrounding wandering souls flying towards him. It's here. His heart tightened. He immediately summoned a wall of chi to protect himself. There was a loud bang. A ray of black chi hit the wall of chi. Together with the array on the ground, it was instantly shattered. Lone Moon retreated more than 10 feet to avoid the attack. Who's there? Ha ha ha. A sinister laughter suddenly sounded. A human figure suddenly appeared in the black aura in the sky. It was a black-clothed woman. Her face was strangely pale, and 2 streams of bloody tears seemed to be flowing uncontrollably from her blood-red eyes as they flowed out. She looked at Lone Moon with a look of madness. Immortal soul, my immortal soul, it's mine, mine. As she spoke, an even thicker yin chi exploded from her body. A huge array immediately appeared above their heads, flashing with a blood-red light. Blood Soul Array. Lone Moon was shocked. He turned and shouted, "Shining!" The next moment, a rain of swords appeared in the sky and attacked the ghost immortal in the sky. The swords pierced through the heavy yin chi and the figure in the sky. Several holes appeared on the woman's body. Even half of her head was missing. Yet she did not seem to feel anything. She turned around and looked at Lone Moon with her blood-red eyes. Her body, which had been pierced through, was instantly restored to its original shape. Immortal soul, my immortal soul. With that said, she turned and pounced in Shen Ying's direction. The yin chi that was even stronger than before covered the sky and earth. Lone Moon was shocked. He hurriedly reminded Shen Ying, "Be careful. She doesn't have a physical body. You're grabbing, bam." Before he could finish speaking, the ghost immortal was pressed to the ground by a certain someone. Shen Ying turned to look at him. "Father No, what did you say?" "No, nothing. Motherf asterisk cur. Immortal soul, immortal soul." The ghost immortal was pressed down by Shen Ying until she could not move. Yet she still stared in the direction of Lone Moon and I Ching, unwilling to give up. Lone Moon hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Where's the other person from the immortal realm that you captured earlier?" Yet the ghost immortal did not seem to hear him at all. She only tried to squirm out of Shen Ying's hands and pounced toward Lone Moon. She was even crazier than before. This woman, what's wrong with her? Chapter 255. Lone Moon frowned. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the person beside him and said, "I Ching, check her soul." I Ching nodded. He bent down and channeled some god power into the woman's glabella. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock. She doesn't have a primary soul. Indeed. Lone Moon's expression darkened. The primary soul was the most important part of a soul. Without it, a person would not have any consciousness. They would only act on instinct. She was no different from a wandering soul. But why would she attack them? And her target was clearly the immortal soul. "So you guys are here. It took me a long time to find you." Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar voice rang out. A figure dressed in black, similar to the woman's, landed in front of the 3 of them. "Your ghost immortal Zhu Ming." Lone Moon recognized him as the man in Feng San's water mirror. "You know me." The newcomer nodded in surprise. He was crying tears of blood just like the woman on the ground, but his expression was not as crazy as hers. Instead, he cupped his fists and bowed. I am Zhu Ming. Greetings, fellow Taoists. My old friend Feng San said that you guys entered the underworld to look for someone. He asked me to help you. So it was that couple who called him. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You're too polite. My old friend Feng San's friend, I'm naturally. Mother Feng. Halfway through his sentence, his eyes widened as he looked at the female ghost immortal. Fellow Taoist Zhu, you know her? Lone Moon asked. Mother Feng, it's really you. Zhu Ming stepped forward anxiously. He looked at the crazed woman and looked up at them. What is going on? We wanted to lure out the ghost immortal who kidnapped our friend. Lone Moon explained what had happened. But it was her. How could this be? He looked shocked. Although Mother Feng has lost her consciousness, she has always. He stopped mid-sentence and scanned Lone Moon from head to toe. Could it be that you still have an immortal body? Lone Moon exchanged a look with the other two and nodded. I do have an immortal body. I see. Realization dawned on Zhu Ming's face. He seemed to have figured something out. No wonder I met that friend of yours near the cave abode. So it's Mother Feng. Fellow Taoist Chu, what do you mean? Lone Moon asked. Zhu Ming's expression darkened. A moment later, he sighed deeply and bowed to them. Mother Feng is my junior sister. She is not in her right mind and has offended us in the past. Please forgive her. As he spoke, he stepped forward, knelt down, and patted the woman's head. The next moment, the person who had been struggling madly a moment ago suddenly quietened down. She stood there motionless as if she had become a fool. She ascended to become an immortal when she was alive, and after she died, she became a ghost immortal, so she's very sensitive to immortal souls. She attacked you because she sensed a similar immortal soul and thought it was her own primary soul, so she instinctively wanted to take it back. Lone Moon glanced at the person on the ground. No wonder she quietened down the moment he sealed her divine perception and 5 senses. You mean to say that the person who took our friend was not her? This. I'm not sure either. Zhu Ming's expression darkened. He looked closely at the remnant yin qi on the ground. With a twist of his hand, a sliver of yin qi appeared in his palm. The last time I saw your friend, the remnant yin qi of the blood soul array was indeed the same as Mother Feng's. Although I don't know why the blood soul array did not work, Mother Feng did not have a primary soul. However, Mother Feng doesn't have a primary soul and has lost her mind. If your friend is really in her hands now, she would probably use the blood soul array immediately instead of bringing him back to the netherworld first. She wouldn't have fallen into a trap and come here. Lone Moon fell silent. Indeed, if this ghost immortal called Mother Feng was really a lunatic with no consciousness, how could she have thought of returning to the divine underworld before using the blood soul array after capturing Shorty? But if it wasn't her, then who had captured Shorty? But the place where Xian Tong went missing did indeed have remnant yin qi of a ghost immortal. Zhu Ming thought about it. In that case, why don't I bring you to Mother Feng's residence to look for her? Perhaps there will be other clues. What's more, the blood soul array needs 2 days to completely extract her soul. If she really did capture her, she should still be in her cave abode now. He looked at the woman beside him, who was already playing with her hair. Mother Feng is my junior sister after all. I can't just leave her like this. The few of them exchanged glances. There was no other way. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jew. Thus, the Taoist once again flew on his sword in the direction Zhu Ming had pointed out. Zhu Ming carefully helped Mother Feng up from the ground. Ting Yun led the way from behind. You two are quite close. Zhu Ming had just helped Mother Feng up when he heard a woman's voice. He looked up and saw the son that Feng San had repeatedly asked him to take care of. He was only waist-high, but he had a serious expression on his face the entire time. Behind him sat a woman in a white robe with blue trim. She sat cross-legged on the sword, one hand supporting her chin. She looked at him curiously. Zhu Ming was shocked. "Ha! Was this woman here just now?" Seeing that the two people in front of him did not look surprised, he smiled out of habit and replied, "When Mother Feng was alive, we grew up together. We were also from the same sect. Naturally, our relationship is different." Shining nodded. "Why did she become like this?" "Well, I don't know either." Zhu Ming frowned. He seemed to recall something. His eyes went blank for a moment. Most people who become ghost immortals die with great grievances. Their obsessions are not resolved. They suffer unbearable pain. They have to use their own souls to become ghost immortals. She was already like this when I became a ghost immortal. Perhaps she has a greater obsession than we do. Oh, then she... Shining wanted to ask more questions. Suddenly, she stood up and reached out to grab the person in front of her. Father Nyo. Lone Moon was flying well. When he was grabbed, he almost fell off the sword. "Why are you suddenly grabbing me?" He steadied himself. Shining pointed in front of them. "There's a river in front. Didn't you see it? They almost crashed into it." "What river?" Lone Moon looked around blankly. Apart from a stretch of darkness, there was nothing else. "Ha!" Shining stared blankly at him. I Ching was the first to react. He summoned a sword filled with god power and flew it forward. Before it could fly more than 3 feet, the sword seemed to have been thrown into something highly corrosive. It melted and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. In less than 2 seconds, it was gone. Holy shit! Lone Moon took a step back. It could even swallow god power. If Shining had not reminded him, he would have crashed into it. Chapter 256. It's the Yin River of the Underworld. Zhu Ming exclaimed. The Yin River of the Underworld was formless and omnipresent. It was useless against ghosts and ghost immortals in the underworld, but it could swallow other people's souls. Everyone, be careful. The Yin River is constantly changing. Sorcery cannot detect it. Zhu Ming turned to look at the woman standing lazily behind I Ching's sword. This fellow Taoist can actually see the Yin River. Her eyes are different from ours. Lone Moon gave Zhu Ming an unreadable look. One had to get used to the cheat's eyes. Let's hurry. It's so dark here. Who knows what else is there? It's not far. It's just up ahead. Zhu Ming pointed ahead. The few of them turned and flew in that direction. Shining paused. She looked around. Was it very dark here? It was clearly a piece of gold, and it was a little dazzling to the eyes. Of course, that was except for the pitch-black river floating in the sky. The few of them did not fly for long before they saw a palace floating in midair. The surroundings were filled with thick yin qi. Compared to the majestic palaces in the Dragon Abyss and Wuqi Mountain, this cave abode was much smaller. It was all alone. Perhaps it was because the yin qi was too thick, but there were not many wandering souls around. It was so quiet that only the footsteps of the few of them could be heard. This is it. The few of them landed in front of the palace. Zhu Ming seemed to be very familiar with this place. He waved his hand and the doors to the palace opened. He helped Mother Feng, who was still in a daze, to a chair in the hall. The palace was empty. They could see all the way to the end. Apart from the 4 chairs, there was nothing else. There's a small courtyard behind. The 2 of you can go in and take a look, Zhu Ming reminded them. I Ching, go and take a look. I'll set up an array to look for Shorty's aura, Lone Moon instructed. I Ching nodded and walked to the back of the palace. Lone Moon walked to the center of the palace and released his divine perception. Instantly, the entire cave abode appeared in his divine perception. He activated his immortal chi and began to set up an array. Perhaps to avoid arousing suspicion, Zhu Ming did not help them look for Shorty. He only sat beside Mother Feng. Shining, who was the only one who had nothing to do, also sat on a chair at the side and waited. Perhaps she was a little bored waiting, so she habitually took out a fruit to eat. Just as he took one out, he used a little too much force, and the other one beside him fell out as well, rolling around. Just as she was about to bend down to pick it up, a pair of pale, bloodless hands picked it up first. Mother Feng, who had been sitting on the chair, stared blankly at the fruit in her hands, then looked up at Shining. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and gave her a sinister smile. "Heh heh," Shining tilted her head and took it. "Thank you." However, the other party was still looking in the direction of her hand, a pair of bloody eyes staring straight at the fruit on top. Only the dripping sound of blood could be heard. It was very horrifying. Shining, who had bitten the core, after some thought, he took out the greenish fruit from his storage bag and handed it over. "Do you want to eat it?" Mother Feng was stunned. She looked at the fruit, then back at her. Suddenly, she reached out and snatched the fruit. His lips curved into a sinister smile again, and he stuffed the fruit into his mouth. The next moment, there was a loud thud. The fruit went straight through his mouth and fell to the ground. The person who had no physical body looked confused. "Hey, it fell." Shining picked up the fruit and handed it over. "Here, I have more." She took it again and swallowed it down in one gulp. Once again, it fell to the ground with a thud. "Ha ha ha. You can't eat it." As if addicted, Shining picked up the fruit on the ground again and handed it over. The ghost immortal still looked like he had just snatched a treasure. Once again, he took the fruit, and dropped it to the ground again. This happened repeatedly. Zhu Ming, who was watching the whole time, she did it on purpose, right? She definitely did it, right? There was someone else around. "Master." I Ching finally returned from the backyard and shook his head at her. "No." The backyard was even cleaner than the front. There were not even any chairs. Apart from Yin Chi, there was nothing else. Zhu Ming's expression darkened as well. If they could not find Mother Feng, they would be suspects. He thought for a moment and suggested, "Why don't I follow you to the forest where the woman went missing? I'm familiar with Ghost Immortal's auras. Perhaps I can find some clues." Lone Moon, who was setting up the array, stopped as well. His expression was equally dark. "Shorty is indeed not here." "Oh." Shining narrowed her eyes, but she ignored them. Just as she was about to pass the fruit to Mother Feng, she retracted it. Mother Feng caught nothing but air. Suddenly, she leaned forward and smiled. "I'm not giving it to you anymore. I gave you so many. Why don't you return one to me?" "Lone Moon, I Ching, Zhu Ming, where's your shame? Didn't you just give me the same fruit? Are you bullying ghost immortals for not having physical bodies?" "Oh, and Mother Feng paused. She clearly did not understand what Shining was saying. Her bloodshot eyes stared at the fruit in Shinying's hand, but she did not dare to snatch it away. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. "Hey, you're almost." He was about to reprimand her. But Mother Feng took out a square token from somewhere and threw it at Shining. Then, she stared at the fruit in Shen Ying's hand. Master! I Ching exclaimed. Lone Moon regained his composure as well. He looked at the token in Shen Ying's hand. What's this? A token. Zhu Ming looked confused as well. Why would Mother Feng have something like this? And why did the token seem to be imbued with god power? It should be the eye of the array. Shining replied. Finally, she passed the fruit to the overjoyed Mother Feng. Then, with a loud thud, it fell to the ground. This time, Shining did not help her pick it up. Instead, she picked up the token and walked to the center of the hole. Then, she squatted down and pressed it on the ground. In an instant, the entire cave abode lit up with a bright red light. An array appeared in the hole. The ground began to collapse inch by inch. The red light in the middle of the hall was especially blinding. A moment later, the space around them began to twist and distort. Then, a scene appeared beneath them, but they could not see clearly. This is the entrance to the mystic realm. Zhu Ming exclaimed. Lone Moon asked in surprise, how did you know that there's an array here to open the mystic realm? I could tell. Shining replied casually. Everywhere was golden, except for the circle on the ground which was black. There was also a square mark. Anyone could tell that there was a problem, right? Lone Moon, the red entrance was getting bigger and bigger. It was about to cover the entire hole. Lone Moon nodded at the other two. Then, he gave them a look. Go in. Everyone mounted their swords and flew in. Zhu Ming also pulled Mother Feng, who was still looking for the fruit on the ground. The red light flashed in front of them. The next moment, they were in another world. Chapter 257. This was a very small mystic realm. Rather than a mystic realm, it was more like a secret room. There was only a wide platform around them. There was a strange array carved on the platform. Even I Ching, who had inherited the dragon clan's heritage, had never seen it before. The few of them landed on the platform. Suddenly, the ground lit up with a red light. Countless arrays of different sizes lit up on the quiet platform. Lone Moon felt his heart skip a beat. His primordial spirit was unstable. It was as if something was about to break out of his body. Father Nyo. Shining picked him up from the ground. I Ching also felt something was wrong. He did not land on the ground. Instead, he flew into the air. How are you? Lone Moon panted heavily. He used his immortal qi to regulate his breathing. He suppressed the feeling that his primordial spirit was about to be pulled out. The array below can absorb souls. Even immortal souls were no exception. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly retreated further away. The array on the platform was fully activated. The entire platform turned red. Suddenly, a series of shrill cries rang out. Many ghostly figures appeared in the array. They seemed to be in extreme pain. They wailed and wailed as they tried to hit the red light that trapped them. Every time they hit the red light, their souls would fade a little. But they did not seem to feel anything. They continued to try to rush out of the array. What are these? Everyone present was stunned. The ones in the formation were called wandering souls, but it was obvious that these souls were weaker than wandering souls. Even their shadows were very faint. Immortal soul, my immortal soul. Mother Feng, who was still in a daze, suddenly shouted. She seemed to be agitated. She went crazy again. She turned and tried to fly towards the array. Mother Feng. Zhu Ming was shocked. He immediately used his yin qi to block her. But she became even crazier. She even started to attack Zhu Ming. Immortal soul, give it back to me. Give it back to me. What's going on? Lone Moon looked at the array below and the crazed mother phone. They had already sealed her divine perception and 5 senses. Why was she still like this? Could it be that she had something to do with the array below? Don't you guys feel that? Shining suddenly spoke. She pointed at the ghostly figures in the array below. The shadows down there are all the same. What's the same? Lone Moon lowered his head to look at the array formation below him. Subconsciously, he took a closer look at the ghostly figures. His eyes widened. Holy shit! They really looked the same. Whether it was the figure or the face, there were actually 2 or 3 people who looked exactly the same. How could this be? I Ching looked confused as well. Although people are similar, no matter what, they can't be completely the same, unless... He stopped mid-sentence and sucked in a breath. The 2 of them looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, soul-splitting array. This was a formation that could directly separate a person's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Those people who looked exactly the same were originally separated from the same soul. Moss. Just as I Ching was about to speak, Shining had already jumped down and stepped hard on the edge of the platform. With a loud bang, a corner of the platform collapsed. The soul-splitting array immediately dimmed. The hundreds of ghostly figures trapped inside floated out. The 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls began to gather together. The number of ghostly figures decreased by more than half. The shrill cries from before also stopped. Perhaps because their souls were too heavily injured, a few of the ghostly figures were still unconscious. They swayed as they floated towards the exit of the mystic realm. The few people in the air followed them down. These ghostly figures lost some of their souls. Let's hope that the power of reincarnation can restore their souls. Zhu Ming looked at the ghostly figures in the air and sighed. But I'm afraid they're going to be idiots for a few lifetimes. Shorty is not among those ghostly figures. I Ching checked all the souls that floated out and heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like the person who captured Shorty was planning to bring her here to extract her primary soul after forcing her soul out. Lone Moon frowned. He looked at Zhu Ming, who still had a crazed look on her face. Lone Moon frowned and glanced at the crazed Mother Feng, who was trapped by Zhu Ming. This array looked like it had been set up for a long time. It looked like Mother Feng's primary soul had been extracted by this array as well. That was why she suddenly went crazy. But why was this array that hid the small mystic realm in her cave abode? And why did she have the token to open the entrance? When they entered the mystic realm earlier, apart from the divine I Ching, Zhu Ming's and Lone Moon's primordial spirits were almost pulled into the array. That proved that ghost immortals could not control this array. This array was definitely not set up by Mother Feng. What's that? Shining pointed to the center of the array. The few of them paused. Then, they saw a transparent ball in the middle of the array. There seemed to be something trapped inside. This looks like a fragment of a remnant soul. Chu Ming took a closer look and formed a hand seal. Immediately, the remnant soul floated out of the ball and formed a small figure. The figure hugged its knees and curled up into a ball. It looked like a child less than 2 years old, and there was something familiar about its facial features. Shorty, Shining suddenly said. Lone Moon and I Ching's hearts tightened. This is Shorty's remnant soul. Are you sure? Shining nodded. It was the same as what she had seen when she was sleepwalking. That's not right. Lone Moon frowned. Even if Shorty's soul was split, she should look like an adult. This remnant soul obviously looks like a child. Unless... He paused and exchanged a look with I Ching. Both of them had the same thought. This remnant soul was separated from her before she was reincarnated. I Ching's expression darkened. He seemed to recall something and hurriedly looked around. After a while, he pointed to an array beside him and said, "Master, look, there's a realm-guiding array here." Shorty must have been pulled from the invincible heavenly palace to the divine underworld by this remnant soul. But the realm gate opened by the realm-guiding array was not stable. It was possible that Shorty had not been transported directly into this array. "We have to find her quickly." Loneman's expression darkened. He was getting more and more anxious. From the looks of it, the person who had captured Shorty was not just looking for a random immortal soul. He was plotting to get his hands on Shorty's soul. "Everyone," Zhu Ming suggested. "Since this remnant soul belongs to the person you are looking for, and the souls are connected to each other, why don't we use the connection between the remnant soul and the main body and use the water element technique to find out her current location?" The few of them paused. That's right. They had almost forgotten about this technique. Although the remnant soul could not compare to one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and it would slowly dissipate over time, it was still one with the main body. Whatever the main body saw, the remnant soul could also sense. If they used the water element technique, they would be able to see Shorty's current location. Chapter 258. Lone Moon hurriedly conjured a seal and guided the remnant soul. A moment later, 2 shadows appeared above the remnant soul. One was where the remnant soul was. That was where they were now. The other was a place filled with immortal chi. Huge, transparent, crystal-like mountains floated all around them. There were even shadows of palaces on them. "This is the 1,000-feet mountain," Zhu Ming exclaimed. "Where is the 1,000-feet mountain?" Lone Moon asked anxiously. "That's Supreme Divinity Qian Yu's residence. It's at the easternmost part of the divine world." Zhu Ming frowned. Supreme Divinity Qian Yu may be cold, but he has a good reputation in the divine world. He's a very righteous person. I don't think he would set up such a vicious array. Why would the person you're looking for be there? We'll only know when we get there. Thank you, fellow Daoist Jew. Lone Moon nodded at him and turned to the other 2. Let's go. Let's go find her. I Ching did not hesitate. He summoned his flying sword. Shining grabbed the ball containing Shorty's remnant soul and jumped onto Chef's sword. They flew out of the mystic realm. When the 3 of them reached the 1,000-feet mountain, they finally understood why it was called the 1,000-feet mountain. They saw huge, crystal-like mountains floating in the air. They shone with a silver-white light. Moreover, these crystal mountains were moving. They looked like a huge array formation. The mountains were also translucent. It was easy to get lost inside. Lone Moon subconsciously glanced at Shining. He turned and instructed I Ching sternly, "Look after her. We're only looking for Shorty this time. We can't get separated again." According to Zhu Ming, Supreme Divinity Qian Yu's cultivation level is very high. We can't tell if he's a friend or foe. Shorty is in his hands. Before we find her, don't act rashly. He added, "You still have aura-concealing talismans, right?" "Yes." I Ching retrieved a few aura-concealing talismans. "Give me 2. Lone Moon took them and gestured for I Ching to put 2 on as well. "Try not to alert anyone. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." The 2 of them nodded. "Let's go." "Wait, Father Nyo. What now? Are you sure?" Shining scanned him from head to toe, at the bright red wedding robe he was wearing. "Are you sure you want to go in like this?" F***CK. It was all because of these 2 that he had forgotten to change back. Lone Moon conjured a seal and was just about to remove the shape-shifting spell on his body and turn back into a man. He turned to look at a certain foodie, and with a flick of his wrist, he cast another transfiguration technique. In an instant, the figure changed into a familiar yet strange face, Shen Ying's face. The two of them, what are you looking at? Lone Moon glared at the two of them. Becoming like this is better than any aura-concealing talisman. I Ching. What she said made sense, and he couldn't refute her. Shening. Motherf asterisk Ker. Let's go. Lone Moon rode on his sword and flew forward, bypassing the crystal floating peaks one by one. He released his divine perception to the fullest, paying attention to everything around him. The strange thing was that along the way, they did not see any other Protoss. Not only that, these crystal floating peaks did not seem to have any array fluctuations. Apart from floating here and there, they did not seem to have any other effect. Gradually, on top of the crystal floating peaks, some palaces appeared. Lone Moon took out the transmission talisman that he had given to Shorty previously, and sent a bit of immortal chi into it, but there was still no response. The crystal floating peaks seemed to have the ability to block signals, and he could not contact Shorty at all. Shit! He cursed under his breath. There are too many crystal peaks here. The transmission talisman is completely useless. Why don't we split a few? I Ching subconsciously pulled out his sword. You're crazy. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Do we still want to save Shorty? Can you two violent maniacs stop coming up with such lousy ideas? What if the other party gets angry and kills her? Invincible sect only has one sword cultivator disciple left. Then what do we do? We can only search slowly. Lone Moon looked at the terrain and waved at the two of them. I just looked at the movement pattern of these crystal peaks. They should all be floating in the west direction. There are no array formations in the middle to control them, and the deeper we go, the more palaces there are. He pointed to the front and said, so I guess that these crystal peaks should be circular around something, a natural maze. Shorty should be in the innermost position. Although flying in a straight line is the fastest way to get there, there must be some kind of connection between these crystal peaks. However, there must be some kind of connection between these crystal peaks. There shouldn't be anything that can directly lead to the center. Master, be careful. Before he finished speaking, I Ching suddenly pulled Shening and retreated to the left. Rumble instantly, there was a loud sound, and a huge aura swept over, brushing past Lone Moon's right side. The crystal peaks in front of them seemed to explode side by side, breaking into pieces and falling from the sky. A wide path suddenly appeared on the right side, and they could faintly see the palaces inside. There's a direct path. Shening pointed to the front. Lone Moon. Son of AB *TCH. Bring him along and dodge, will you die? Fu *K. In the next moment, two shocking suppressive forces came from the front. Even I Ching frowned uncomfortably. The surrounding crystal peaks kept breaking. Lone Moon set up a defensive array around himself. There are people fighting in front. Judging from this suppressive force, their cultivation level must be. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. I feel Shorty's aura, it's over there. I Ching paused. He sensed carefully and found a familiar immortal chi. The two of them exchanged a look and immediately flew in that direction. The deeper they flew, the more broken crystal peaks they saw. There were even pieces of palaces floating around. In the distance, there seemed to be two figures fighting, one in green and one in white. They could not see clearly, but the aura around them was shocking. Compared to the battle between Longzhen and Feng San, it seemed even more intense. Even though it was just a wave of suppressive force, Lone Moon felt the immortal chi in his body stagnate. He looked up at the two people in the sky. Ha! Chef, don't you think that white figure looks familiar? I Ching looked up and nodded. Yes, a little. But he could not remember. In the next moment, an impatient voice came from the other side. I told you, I don't know the person you're looking for. No matter how many times you ask, it's the same. I don't know her. The person on the other side did not respond. The voice spoke again, this time in a serious tone. I've already saved the person you asked me to save. It's been so many years, why do you have to keep pestering me? A moment later, a cold voice spoke. She also said. You know. You. Where is she? Don't go too far. The two of them started fighting again. Why did it feel like that voice sounded familiar? Chapter 259. Before Shining and the others could think about it, an even stronger suppressive force swept over them. There was another rumbling sound, and the surrounding crystal peaks were destroyed. I Ching hurriedly released his dragon might to protect the two people beside him. Shining was stunned. She pointed to the right and said, Hey, isn't that Shorty? The two of them paused and looked in the direction she was pointing. Indeed, there was a person flying in the upper right. She was dressed in a pink robe and had a defensive array around her. She was looking at the two people fighting in front of her anxiously. The two of them were overjoyed. They were about to go forward when Shining raised her hand and shouted, Hey, Shorty. In an instant, these 4 words spread throughout the entire Thousand Mountains range. Even the two people fighting in the sky were stunned. I Ching, Lone Moon, he had the urge to deduct all the food expenses. What happened to coming secretly? Did she know what low-key was? Xian Tong's body stiffened. She turned around in disbelief. Her face was filled with joy. She immediately flew over on her sword. Sect Master. Just as she was about to pounce on them, there was a flash of white light. The white figure that was originally fighting suddenly descended toward them at a speed faster than Shorty. I Ching and Lone Moon finally saw the figure clearly. They were both stunned. Bai Zai. 2 inches the next moment, the figure appeared in front of the 3 of them. She looked over with excitement and disbelief. Then, she hugged Father Nyo beside her. Shining, I Ching, Father Nyo, who was stiffened in the hug, for all, huh? In the next moment, Bai Zai's cold and excited voice rang in their ears. Shen. 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 For a long time, she could not say the next word. Her ears turned red. Sect Master. Shorty finally flew down and buried her head in Shen Ying's arms. Her expression of ecstasy just a moment ago suddenly changed. She cried so loudly that it shook the heavens. Sect Master, you're finally here. I knew that you would definitely come to save me, Wah, I Ching. Little bitch. Yes, I'm here. Shining patted her on the back. Don't cry. Her clothes were brand new. Bai Zai, who was carrying Lone Moon, paused. He looked at Shining in his arms and then at the person beside him who looked exactly the same. There were 2 Shining. Shen your sister. Lone Moon, who finally reacted, exploded. Look carefully before you hug her. Bai Zai finally understood and pushed Lone Moon away without hesitation. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shining as if nothing had happened. Shen. Ing. He finally managed to say her name. I really miss you. Shining finally managed to pull the slug out from in front of her. The next moment, she saw his starry eyes. Stunned, she asked, Who are you? His ears started to turn red again. Patches of red began to spread, and even his hair started to be dyed red. A moment later, he replied in a low voice, "You're welcome." At that moment, everyone could faintly see pink bubbles appearing around them. Xian Tong, Qian Yu, Lone Moon, I Ching's face darkened as his position was stolen. He resisted the urge to draw his sword. Yu Zhong felt that his kick back then was too light. He stepped forward angrily and said, "Supreme Divinity, you don't have to worry about Master's matters." "You are." Bai Zhe hesitated for a moment. He took a closer look at the other party's aura and immediately recognized who it was. His expression turned cold. Why was this annoying person still here? He frowned but did not let go of the plate in his hand. Still looking. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. He took a step to the side, wanting to block the two of them. Unfortunately, because of his height, his small body could not block the two of them. So, he climbed onto the table. With the advantage of being a head taller than the other party, he stared coldly at the other party. "What are you looking at, little bitch?" At that moment, the two of them were in such a strange position, staring at each other with big and small eyes. Lone Moon. King retard. He really wanted to pretend that he did not know these two people. Lone Moon frowned and nudged Xian Tong beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "Little shorty, what exactly is going on? Didn't I ask you to wait for me in the forest? How did you get here?" "Elder, I was indeed waiting for you there. But the ghost immortal suddenly chased after me. I could not defeat him. Fortunately, Supreme Divinity Bai Zhe happened to pass by. I told him that I was a disciple of Invincible Sect. He saved me and brought me here." Chapter 260. Lone Moon thought about it carefully. When they were in the forest previously, they only cared about the remaining yin qi and neglected the remaining god power around them. After all, that place was close to Wuqi Mountain. It was normal for there to be god power. "After I woke up, I mistook Supreme Divinity Qian Yu for you. That's why I asked for the sect master's whereabouts." Xian Tong continued. "Supreme Divinity Bai Zhe and Supreme Divinity Qian Yu got into a fight. Then, you guys came. So that's what happened. So it was Bai Zhe who saved her." He turned to look at the person sitting at the head of the table. Qian Yu's face was as black as ink. He looked like he was trying his best not to attack. Bai Zhe had obviously mistaken Qian Yu for him and wanted to find out where Shining was. From his expression, Bai Zhe had been harassing him all these years. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He said in a low voice, "Since Shorty has been found, we won't disturb you anymore." He stood up. This was too embarrassing. They had better leave. Leave. The anger on Qian Yu's face grew. He snorted and said, "My 1,000-feet mountain is not a place where you can come and go as you please. You've destroyed so many of my crystal peaks. Are you going to go back on your words?" Lone Moon's heart sank. He knew it would not be so easy to leave. Supreme Divinity Qian Yu is too serious. We are not that kind of people. My Invincible Sect is a righteous sect. We have always been fair and impartial in our dealings. We are not biased, Lone Moon said seriously. So, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Look for the culprit. Without hesitation, he threw the blame to Lone Moon. As long as the few of them could leave, it was fine. The others understood immediately. Therefore, all eyes in the room turned to look at a certain white figure. "It's him, it's him, it's him. Our scapegoat." Bai Zhe, his expression stiffened. He finally turned to look at Qian Yu. Perhaps because he was really in the wrong, he stepped forward and said, this is indeed my fault. I will compensate you." With that said, he turned and walked out the door. Everyone looked at each other and followed him out. He stood on the platform in front of the palace and chanted a long string of strange incantations. Not long after, a huge array appeared under his feet. He waved his hand, and the formation began to rise slowly, growing larger and larger. In a short while, it had already enveloped half of the sky, and a bright white light shone. In the next moment, the ground shook, and a large number of crystal fragments rose into the air. As if they were being pulled by something, they began to gather and reform, forming many tall crystal peaks. As if time had been reversed, the crystal peaks that filled the sky once again appeared in the surroundings. There were no signs of damage at all. Everyone present was stunned. It was not that there were no sorcery spells that could repair damaged objects, and apart from Xining, who did not know any sorcery, even Shorty would not find it difficult to repair a palace. But this was the first time they had seen an array that could repair hundreds of floating peaks in an instant. As expected of the primordial divine beast clan. Qian Yu sighed as her eyes darkened. Bai Zhe had already turned around and walked straight towards Qian Yu. With a turn of his hand, a blue pearl suddenly appeared in his hand. He handed it over and said, "This is the soul-suppressing pearl that you wanted. In this way, can we write off what happened before?" Qian Yu took the soul-suppressing pearl, and something flashed across his eyes. After a while, he nodded and said, "In that case, I will not pursue the matter." He turned to look at the floating peaks in the sky, and suddenly thought of something. But, the crystal peaks have been repaired, and more than 10 of the 81 palaces of the Thousand Mountains mountain have been destroyed. They should also be repaired as before. Bai Zhe nodded. "All right." With that said, he turned and flew towards the various floating peaks, and began to repair the palaces. The palaces of the Thousand Mountains mountain were different from other places. Although most of them were not big, they were all on the crystal peaks. Some of the cave abodes were even more hidden and difficult to detect. That was why Bai Zhe's array previously did not repair the palaces above. But after all, they were only palaces. Compared to the crystal peaks, they were much simpler. More than 10 palaces could be repaired in at most 4 to 6 hours. But, why did they have to repair it too? Lone Moon glared angrily at a certain person who was still circling around Foodie Shin. That kick he gave back then was really too light. "Wait! Xining, what are you doing? Put down that roof beam." "Help! Help my ass, the roof beam has been broken." "Eat your fruits properly, can't you go and slack off?" "Oh. And Bai Zhe, stop snatching chef's plate. You destroyed this place, can you have some self-awareness? Didn't you hear that Qian Yu said that no one could leave before the repairs were completed? King retard, do you still want to leave here or not?" Father Nyo felt so tired. Apart from Little Shorty, everyone else was a burden to him. "Little Shorty, come over for a while." Finally, there was only one palace left. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief and waved at Xian Tong. Xian Tong flew over directly. "Elder, what instructions do you have? I saw that when you made the seals just now, you were much slower than usual. Are you injured?" Xian Tong's expression darkened. She lowered her head and said, "Yes. I'm slightly injured. Give me your hand." Lone Moon first checked her meridians, then activated a bit of immortal chi. He put a finger between her brows and looked at her primordial spirit. He was shocked to find that although her body was not injured at all, for some reason, her primordial spirit was extremely unstable, as if it could come out at any time. "This is called a slight injury." Lone Moon's expression darkened. How could this be? When they separated, she was clearly fine. Was it that ghost immortal who injured you? Xian Tong nodded honestly. Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself and run if you can't win? Primordial spirit injuries were not like physical injuries. It was very difficult to heal. It looked like nothing, but if one was not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. The others also looked at little Shorty worriedly. Xian Tong lowered her head even more and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Elder Lone Moon. My cultivation level is too low, that's why. What are you apologizing for? This is not your fault. Lone Moon was a little irritated. She must have undergone the soul transfer spell before entering the blood soul array. I Ching also checked her injuries and said in a low voice, this body is not hers in the first place. Now that she has been injured by the ghost immortal Yin Qi, that's why her primordial spirit is unstable. Lone Moon fell silent. He looked at Xian Tong beside him. Why did this unlucky child always get herself into trouble? Do you have a way? Shining turned to look at the person beside her. Bai Zhe, who was suddenly called out, paused. His eyes lit up. Yes. He nodded hard faster than ever before. His gaze was fixed on Shen Ying's face for a while, then he subconsciously turned his head away. His face was burning red. After a while, he said, but you have to follow me back to Baiyun Mountain. Chapter 261. Do you really have a way to cure little Shorty? Lone Moon asked anxiously. Bai Zhe looked at Lone Moon. His blush faded a little and he spoke more fluently. There's a spirit spring on White Cloud Mountain that can nourish the soul. Lone Moon was overjoyed. All right, let's go now. The few of them finished repairing the palace and flew back to the main hall. Lone Moon said to Qianyu, who was supervising them, Supreme Divinity Qianyu, the palace has been repaired. Sorry for the disturbance. We are in a hurry to treat our disciples' injuries and will not stay any longer. Qianyu did not continue to make things difficult for them. He nodded and said, since the Thousand Mountains mountain has been repaired, I will not force you to stay. He turned to look in Xian Tong's direction. As if guessing what they were thinking, he added, this Miss Xian Tong's primordial spirit is unstable. Even with the spirit spring, she needs immortal qi to protect her from time to time in order to recover. Thank you Supreme Divinity Qianyu for telling us. The few of them did not stay any longer. They all flew out on their flying swords. Qianyu conjured a seal and the surrounding crystal peaks opened up a path to the outside world. Aren't you coming? Shining suddenly turned and asked. Qianyu paused. He looked around and realized that Shining was asking about him. He thought about it carefully and remembered that this was the woman Bai Zhe had been waiting for all these years. He could not remember her name and replied, it's not convenient for me to leave the Thousand Mountains mountain. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Shining tilted her head. Why? Aren't you injured too? Qianyu paled. Something flashed across his eyes. He immediately replied, I was slightly injured when I fought with Bai Zhe just now. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Oh. Shining did not ask further. Within seconds, they disappeared into the horizon. Little Shorty, how are your injuries? The moment they left the 1,000-feet mountain, Lone Moon summoned the huge fan-shaped Dharma artifact and pulled everyone over. He asked with a serious expression. I'm fine for now. Xian Tong shook her head. My primordial spirit is only unstable. I'm not injured. As long as it's not an out-of-body spell, I'll be fine. Lone Moon nodded. I didn't ask you before. Did you see the ghost immortal who attacked you clearly? This. Xian Tong frowned and said, that person's entire body is filled with yin qi. My cultivation is too low, so I can't see his face clearly. Is it a woman? She thought about it carefully and shook her head. No. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, his figure was definitely not that of a woman. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. Their expressions darkened. It looks like Mother Feng did not attack her. The other party's target is obvious. It's Shorty's soul, I Ching said in a low voice. Even if they manage to avoid it this time, they will only be more careful next time. That's right. Right now, we still don't know who they are or why they are targeting you. Lone Moon's expression became more and more serious. Before that, you'd better not leave our side. To be more precise, you better not leave Shenying's side. Alright, disciple understands. Xian Tong's eyes lit up. She looked as if she had won some unexpected prize. I will definitely not leave Sect Master. I Ching, Lone Moon, he suddenly felt as if he had made a wrong decision. Could they really return to the immortal realm safely? Lone Moon nudged the person who was chewing on a fruit beside him. Shenying, why are you? Before he could finish, Shenying's eyes suddenly lit up. She exclaimed loudly, I remember now. What? Everyone was shocked. What did she discover? Shenying turned and pointed at the person beside her. So you're that furball. I Ching, Lone Moon, Xian Tong, Bai Zai, you only freaking recognized me now. Baiyun Mountain was Bai Zai's residence. Compared to the cold and hard crystal peaks of 1,000 Feet Mountain, the sea of clouds of Ling Tai Mountain, the greenery of Wuqi Mountain, and the volcanoes of the Dragon Abyss, Baiyun Mountain lived up to its name. Hidden among the layers of white clouds, its white palaces were blindingly bright. The surroundings were filled with blue god power. It was not as cold and dignified as the other divine venerables. Along the way, there were all kinds of immortal beasts and demons. Among them, there were even divine beings. It was very lively. Lone Moon and the others finally had the time to understand the basic situation of the divine underworld. Unlike the immortal realm, the people of the divine realm were more relaxed. They did not have the concept of territory, nor did they have the complicated division of continents. Basically, the people of the divine realm could go wherever they wanted, as long as they did not barge into other people's homes. In the divine realm, apart from the various divine races, there were all kinds of legendary ferocious beasts, auspicious beasts, and wild demons. There were also those who were originally immortal cultivators before the divine realm and immortal realm were separated. There were high and low cultivation levels among the gods. Among them, the 4 divine races were the strongest. They were the dragon, phoenix, qilin, and black tortoise. But the qilin and black tortoise had long been extinct since ancient times. The dragon and phoenix races had always been at odds with each other and would often fight. All in all, the divine realm was a free-range place. It was no wonder that they fell out with the immortal realm. They were clearly stronger than the immortal realm, but in the end, the divine realm ascended to the underworld and did not fight to the end with the immortal realm. And among all the divine races, there were only 5 people who could be called divine venerables. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but Shenying and the others had all interacted with them. There was no need to talk about Longzhen and Feng San. They were Chef's parents. Apart from Bai Zai, there was also Supreme Divinity Hongyu. Bai Zai said that he was formed from a green lotus at the beginning of the world. He was the only plant that became a god. He was pure and had no conflicts with the world. That was why he was the only god that had lived since ancient times. Usually, his only hobby was to give lectures. More than 90% of the gods in the divine realm had attended his lectures. And that supreme divinity Qianyu, who looked exactly like Lone Moon, was the only human god that ascended from the immortal realm and became a supreme divinity. Speaking of which, Father Nyo, you look different from how you look on television. Shening glanced at him suspiciously. As a well-known citizen's father who would bring money every time he asked for it, she still had some impression of him. What's with that look? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Keep that expression of suspicion that I've gone through plastic surgery. She did not mention plastic surgery. The reason why I look different from before is because when I ascended to the nascent soul stage, I went through a body purification. Lone Moon waved the fan in his hand and said with some pride, I'm not your chef. I don't have a natural sword body. That's why I could only take advantage of the nascent soul heavenly tribulation to use the lightning tribulation to refine my body and cleanse my meridians. Of course I look different. Oh. Shening thought about the girls of the Rainbow Sect. Indeed, after going through the lightning tribulation, they all look different. They even learned to transform. The way I look now is the way I look at the beginning after I purify the impurities in my body. Lone Moon's expression was serious as he said word by word, my old man was born this handsome, all right? Where's your shame? Chapter 262. As for why that Qian Yu looks exactly like me, I don't know either. Perhaps it was a coincidence? Lone Moon frowned, suddenly remembering something. Shening, don't you think? He was just about to speak when Bai Zhe suddenly appeared beside the two of them, looking at Shening eagerly. Shen. Ing, come here. What's the matter? Shening lay on the table, not wanting to move. Did something happen to Shorty? Lone Moon stood up anxiously. Shorty had been soaking in the spirit spring for 3 days and there was still no movement. No. She's fine. She can come out tomorrow. Now that it was Lone Moon's turn, his speech became smoother. There's just a place that I want to bring Shin Ing over to have a look. I'm not going. Shening rejected immediately. She was not interested in anything that required movement. Bai Zhe froze and looked at her anxiously. Suddenly remembering something, he took out a bag and handed it over. Here. What? Shening took it. The moment she pulled it open, something slid out. It was a long, slippery, and wet body. It fell on the table with a thud and kept twisting. What the hell? Could this be an octopus? Lone Moon poked the claw on the table with his fan. It's a 1,000-clawed beast, Bai Zhe replied and turned to look at Shening with a blushing face. Can I eat it? Nodding furiously, he thought for a moment and added, there are a lot of them, Father Nyo. Shen Ying's eyes brightened. It was written all over her face. Think, think, think. Seafood, seafood, seafood. For all, if you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Lone Moon glared at Foodie Shin. I don't want to help you carry your things. You should have said so earlier. Let's go. Shening stood up quickly, grabbed Bai Zhe and rushed out without looking back. I haven't had seafood in a long time. Wait. Lone Moon called out anxiously. Don't forget what we just said. Now, got it. A reply came from the other side, and the figure completely disappeared. Lone Moon narrowed his eyes and sat back down. A while later, a certain chef walked out with a dish in each hand. He glanced at the empty seat and was stunned for a moment. Where's Master? He didn't even eat lunch. This was the first time. Lone Moon looked up at him. He was abducted by an octopus. I Ching's face darkened. Why didn't you stop Master? Why should I stop her? Lone Moon asked in return. He looked at Chef, who looked like he wanted to kill someone. Something flashed across his eyes and he sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Instantly, I Ching's face darkened. He wanted to kill beasts. Bai Zai brought Shining to a huge lake. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom, like a sapphire falling onto the ground. The lake was so big that one couldn't even see the end of it. Furball, how do we catch it? Shen Ying's eyes brightened as a list of aquatic products flashed across her mind. Should I drain the water? Bai Zai was stunned by her sparkling eyes. He blushed again and turned his head away as if he was scalded. Wait a minute. As he spoke, he took 2 quick steps and stopped at the side of the water. He conjured a seal and a light flashed. A series of bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water. A middle-aged man floated on the surface of the water. He was dressed in black, but his lower body had octopus legs covered with suction cups. This was that octopus. Thousand Claws greets the Supreme Divinity. The man bowed respectfully to Bai Zai and swam to the shore while twisting his numerous legs. Bai Zai nodded and regained his cold demeanor. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Supreme Divinity, you've finally made up your mind to clean up the demonic beasts in this lake. Thousand Legs was overjoyed and excited. Thousand Leaf Lake was just below White Cloud Mountain. Many demonic beasts had appeared in the water. Although they were all mutated aquatic beasts without sentience, there were too many of them. What's more, they would occasionally attack the gremlins that passed by. As time went by, no one dared to come here anymore. Some people begged the Supreme Divinity to help, but for some reason, the Supreme Divinity could not make up his mind to clean them up. He only sent Thousand Legs to guard the lake to prevent the demonic beasts from hurting people. Now that the Supreme Divinity finally decided to get involved, Thousand Legs felt energized. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and plucked a strand of hair. The strand of hair instantly turned into a wriggling octopus leg. He handed it over with both hands. Supreme Divinity, I'm ready. Bai Zai took it and turned to hand it to Shining. Fishing. How? Shining glanced at the octopus leg that was thicker than a thigh. She only knew how to eat. This leg was suitable for barbecuing. Exalted Goddess. Thousand Legs hurriedly explained, demonic beasts are most familiar with my aura. As long as you throw this into the water, you will naturally be able to lure them out. Shining took the octopus leg and turned to ask, won't it hurt? Although he had many legs. Thousand Legs laughed. Exalted Goddess, you worry too much. This is formed from my hair. It only carries my aura. It's not a real leg. Oh. She threw it into the water and instantly flew a few hundred meters away. Just as it was about to fall into the water, the originally calm lake's surface suddenly turned into a huge wave. Tens of huge black fish broke through the water. Their green scales shone with a golden light when the sun shone on them. The one at the front bit the octopus leg and fell into the water. As if they had discovered the people on the shore, they turned and rushed over. The waves on the lake were instantly more than 100 feet high. One could faintly see hundreds of pairs of blood-red eyes staring at them. Oh no, it's actually a school of green sand demonic fish. Thousand Legs was shocked. This type of demonic fish usually lived in schools. There were tens to hundreds of them in a school. They were huge and very ferocious. Supreme Divinity, why don't we? Before he could finish, Bai Zai just raised his hand and waved. In an instant, tens of thousands of wind blades flew toward the waves and hit the school of demonic fish. In the next moment, the huge wave subsided. A school of human-sized fish floated on the surface of the lake. Thousand Legs. As expected of a Supreme Divinity, Shining had already rushed over excitedly to pick up the fish. She grabbed one fish with each hand. There were so many fish. She had to get Chef to boil them, steam them, roast them, and grill them one by one. Furball, this method of yours is really effective. Bai Zai's face turned red. He hurriedly followed and then silently took out a storage bag and handed it over. Shen Ying's eyes lit up. She took it and patted his shoulder hard. With a serious expression, she said, "I like people like you who know what to do." With that said, she opened the storage bag and started stuffing fish into it. Bai Zai's entire body froze. The redness on his face and his black hair were instantly dyed red. He vaguely felt something explode and his mind went blank. She just said like. Oh, ***, Q. After a long time, he finally replied in a low voice, "Me, too." Chapter 263. Shening had collected most of the fish. The storage bag that Furball gave her seemed to be especially big. Even after collecting more than 100 fish, it was still not full. "Furball, are there any other aquatic products?" The man, who had been frozen for a long time, finally regained his composure and nodded. "Yes." With that said, he flew up into the sky, clenched his fists by his side and reached out to Shening. "I'll bring you there." "All right." Shening jumped onto the cloud. "Let's go." Bai Zai retracted his hand in disappointment. Shening turned to Thousand Legs. "That, fish bait. Octopus. What's that again?" "Thousand Legs." Bai Zai reminded. "Oh, brother Thousand Legs. Let's go. Don't fall behind." Thousand Legs, she called him fish bait just now. She definitely did, right? "Supreme Divinity, are you really here to clean up the aquatic demonic beasts? But why are you collecting the corpses of the demonic beasts? Some demonic beasts that don't even have inner cores are useless to bring back." Thousand Legs followed her with a confused look. But the same thing happened again. He pulled out his hair to attract the demonic beasts, and then the Supreme Divinity killed them. The two of them happily went down to pick up the corpses, and they didn't even ask for his help. This happened many times until they went around the entire lake. Thousand Legs suddenly had a scary guess. Supreme Divinity didn't clean up the demonic beasts in the lake all these years. Was she purposely keeping them so that this exalted goddess could come and pick up the corpses? No, my Supreme Divinity definitely doesn't have such a hobby. It must be an illusion. An hour later. "Supreme Divinity," Thousand Legs said weakly. "Why don't we stop here for today?" Bai Zai finally turned to look at him. "Are the demonic beasts in the lake all gone?" No. The demonic beasts are not all gone, but I'm almost done pulling out my hair. Pulling out 1 or 2 strands of hair at a time was nothing. It didn't affect his cultivation and he usually lost quite a lot of hair. But he couldn't keep pulling it out. If this went on, he would really go bald. Bai Zai, Shening glanced at his obviously shiny head and coughed. "Then let's go back. Chef should be done cooking." "All right." Bai Zai turned to fly back. "Wait." Shening suddenly spoke. She divided the storage bags in her hands into 3 equal portions and handed them to Thousand Legs. "Here, yours." Thousand Legs glanced at the bag with a dumbfounded expression. What was this for? Dismemberment? Or a threat? The Thousand Claws is from the Water Tribe. These demonic beasts do not have spiritual intelligence and do not have inner dawn, so they are useless to him, Bai Zai explained. So, he doesn't eat seafood. Shening paused. After thinking for a while, she reached into her pocket and took out a pearl. Ever since Invincible Sect planted a radish that liked to give people dandelions, she had a strange feeling when she saw all the flowers. So much so that she had the illusion that the ground was full of radishes. And they were the kind that were naked. This is a black spirit flower. His eyes became even brighter, as if his eyes were filled with stars. After I came back, I planted a lot. For you. Oh. What did it have to do with them going home for dinner? Baize's face was already completely red. He tried his best to resist the urge to turn around. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind about something, he bent down and picked the prettiest flower and handed it over. Shen. Shen. Ing. For me. Yes. He nodded vigorously. His eyes became even brighter. He looked at her closely, as if afraid of missing something. Even the hand that was holding the flower was trembling. For you. Shening subconsciously reached out. Just as she was about to take it, her hand suddenly stopped less than half a centimeter away from the flower. She tilted her head and asked. Furball. Yes. This flower isn't for you to propose to me, is it? Oh, Q-boom. There was a faint sound of something exploding. 4 hours later. The moon was in the middle of the sky, in the side palace of White Cloud Mountain. A certain someone summoned a sword that was overflowing with cold chi. His whole body exploded with a strong murderous aura. I'm going to kill that little bitch. I Ching turned and rushed out. Chapter 264. Holy shit. Chef, what are you doing? Loneman's eyes and hands were sharp, and he pulled him back. Move aside. Let me kill that little bitch who dared to flirt with Master. I Ching's murderous aura seemed to be uncontrollable. He began to attack indiscriminately. If Lone Moon was not prepared, he would have knocked Lone Moon away. What's the rush? At least listen to what I have to say. Lone Moon used a spell to press I Ching back into the chair. He turned to glare at the person in question who was calmly eating her fruit. And then? Did you agree to Baize? No. Shening shook her head. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. I Ching also relaxed. You rejected him. Not really. What the hell? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. When did you learn to flirt with such a green TB*TCH's skills? I wanted to say it, but after I said that, he covered his face and ran away, abandoning me. Shening looked innocent. She ran like a rabbit, the red kind. I couldn't even stop him. I walked around for a long time before I found my way back. She didn't even make it for lunch. Lone Moon. So this was the reason why she missed lunch and could only make it for dinner. Because she spent 4 hours to find her way back. Chef, is dinner ready? Shening looked at I Ching. She walked around the back hall for the whole afternoon. She was so hungry. Master. Unexpectedly, Chef did not turn and rush into the kitchen for the first time. Instead, he said seriously, you must not agree to this. You are pure and do not know the human heart. Divine hearts are sinister. Don't be fooled by Baize. Although he did help us, you were the one who helped him return to the divine realm. That's repayment. She just wanted to eat. Master, we just arrived in the divine realm. We don't know much about this place. Don't trust people easily. The more I Ching spoke, the more serious he became. What's more, you've only known him for a few days, and he's already willing to marry you. It's obvious that he's a frivolous person. But dinner, how long have you known him? It's too rash to decide to marry him so casually. And he's a divine being. Don't you always say that different races cannot fall in love? Dinner, I don't think there are many good people in the god world. The god race isn't reliable at all. Look at Feng San and Long Zhen. Just because of a small misunderstanding, they could suspect each other for tens of thousands of years. It can be seen that they are not sentimental people by nature. Shining, Lone Moon, you even ridiculed yourself. Does your family know? Besides, with Master's high cultivation, how could a mere Baizé of the god race be worthy of you? In any case, I don't agree to this. I won't let anyone get close to you. His face was serious, and he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, as if he was about to rush out and kill someone. Shining paused and turned to look at this righteous man. Her eyes darkened. I Ching. Master. Why don't you like people approaching me? Ah. I Ching paused, as if he had been asked the right question. A moment later, he murmured, because you are my master. Oh. She narrowed her eyes. What if I take in a few more disciples? No. I Ching's expression changed as he blurted out. Why? Because. He did not want to. But he could not bring himself to say the last few words. His entire person was stunned. He felt a sense of panic in his heart, as if something that he had deliberately ignored was about to surge out and drown him. Lone Moon, who had been sitting at the side watching the show, shook his head and sighed. He could not help but step forward and pat a certain fool's shoulder. All right, you must be tired after looking for her for the whole day. Go back and rest. Don't worry. Who in this world can trick your master? She knows what she's doing. I Ching stared blankly at Lone Moon, then at Shining. He was chased out with a confused look on his face. He did not seem to have recovered at all. Like a wandering spirit, he walked in the direction of his residence. Lone Moon then glanced sideways at a certain person who was sprawled on the table lazily. What you're doing is a little unkind. Shining glanced at him. Unkind if I don't say. He choked, as if thinking of something. His expression changed. All right, that's even more unkind. Then what are you thinking? I can't be bothered to think about that. You are really too lazy. Laziness was out of style. Shining swirled the teacup in her hand and murmured softly, who asked the holidays to be ending soon. What? Nothing, Father Nyo. Do you really not have any hidden food? Daughter, I'm so hungry. Get lost. I don't have a lazy daughter like you. No matter what you decide, I'm not going to interfere in this matter. You can handle it yourself. Lone Moon pursed his lips. After a while, he added, but, take it easy. It's been so many years. Lone Moon then set up an isolation array and closed the door. He sat back at the table. Let's talk business. You went out to observe for a day. How was it? Did you find anything? Did you find out? Shining glanced at him lazily. I guess so. What do you mean by I guess so? Only then did he sit up, and with a flick of his hand, he threw a few bulging storage pouches on the table. What's this? Lone Moon picked one up and subconsciously tore it open. A huge fishtail suddenly shot out from the bag and hit him in the face. There was a loud smack in the room. Lone Moon, where's my knife? There are too many small animals inside. Be careful. Shining hurriedly added. What's the F*** point of saying that now? Lone Moon directly threw the storage bag in his hand back at her face. She did it on purpose, she definitely did it. Don't waste it, Father Nyo. Shining caught it and stuffed the fishtail back. It's not spoiled. It can still be eaten. Where did you catch these things? Lone Moon glared at her. And they're all demonic beasts that can only be barbecued. In the lake at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain. Lone Moon stood up abruptly. His expression changed. You mean, we guessed correctly. Furball is also problematic. Shining nodded. His cultivation seems to be fine. Maybe he didn't even realize it himself. Lone Moon's expression darkened. His brows were almost in a dead knot. After a moment of silence, he could not help but curse, shit. This is getting more and more troublesome. What should I do? Should I tell them now? I'm so tired. Shining continued to lean on the table. Indeed, using my brain is so troublesome. Father No, did you really not hide anything? I feel like I'm running out of blood. I need some milk. Get lost. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. You've only been out for half a day. Little Shorty should be able to come out from the spirit spring tomorrow. We should still let them know about this. I'll call them over tomorrow. With that said, he removed the isolation array around them. Just as he was about to step out of the room, he stopped. Damn it. He cursed under his breath and turned back to the table. He took out more than 10 bowls of rice, vegetables, pastries and fruits from his storage bag and placed them all over the table. Leftovers from lunch. Eat, eat, eat. Eat until you die. Humph. With that said, he turned and left. Shining, Father Nyo's way of doting on his daughter was indeed very special. Bai Zai stiffened, the flush on his face instantly faded. Then I don't like you. I won't like it in the future either. I never loved. Shining patted his shoulder comfortingly. Then, she turned and sat back in her chair. Lone Moon, Xian Tong, this was a heart-wrenching scene. Wasn't it too simple and crude? Xian Tong looked at Lone Moon weakly. Elder, why do I feel that Supreme Divinity is a little pitiful? It's better to get the pain over with. Shining rejected him a long time ago. She's experienced. Then will he be alright? Don't worry, it's just a breakup. He won't die. And it was a crush. But he looks so sad. He's squatting in the corner. He's petrified. It feels like he's going to be blown away. Is he really alright? Cough. Well, let's talk about serious matters. Lone Moon stepped forward and said seriously. Elder was changing the topic, wasn't he? Little Shorty, is your primordial spirit alright? He suddenly asked. Xian Tong nodded. She looked gratefully at the person who was still squatting in the corner. Supreme Divinity's spirit spring is really amazing. I feel that my primordial spirit is much more condensed than before. Even my cultivation is showing signs of breaking through. I believe we can return to the immortal realm soon. We can't return to the immortal realm for the time being. Lone Moon's expression darkened. Because it's not just you who is having problems with your primordial spirit. Chef is also having problems. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Shining was shocked. What? Xian Tong stood up abruptly. Elder I Ching is also injured. How can that be? Isn't he already a divine being? Who can injure? Why are you all looking at me? She stopped mid-sentence. She realized that everyone in the room was staring at her with wide eyes. What's wrong? Little Shorty, you. Lone Moon pointed below her. Xian Tong looked down and saw a familiar body on the table. It was her body. And she was floating in midair, completely transparent. Ah, ah, ah. How can this be? Xian Tong screamed. Subconsciously, she scurried back. In an instant, the figure on the table sat up again. Xian Tong's soul had returned. Indeed, there's still a problem with little Shorty's soul. Lone Moon's expression darkened. That's impossible. Even Bai Zhe, who was standing in the corner, was shocked by little Shorty's sudden departure. He turned to look at her. My spirit spring does have the effect of nourishing souls. I've checked her primordial spirit and confirmed that it has been repaired. Why would her soul leave her body for no reason? This has nothing to do with her primordial spirit, Lone Moon said. It's because her soul is missing a piece. You mean, that remnant soul? I Ching suddenly thought of the array that Mother Feng had set up. She is. You and Bai Zhe aren't. What do you mean? Haven't you realized? Lone Moon scanned them from head to toe. That both of your souls are missing something. Bai Zhe, I Ching, Lone Moon's brows furrowed. His expression became even more serious. Shining and I only just realized this. At first, we thought that only little Shorty had a problem. Especially after we saw the remnant soul in the array in the underworld. But when I examined little Shorty, apart from the fact that her primordial spirit was unstable, I didn't find any problems with her soul. At first, I thought that the remnant soul was left behind before little Shorty was reincarnated. The power of reincarnation restored little Shorty's soul, so it was just a remnant soul from her previous life, but, if the soul was complete, the remnant soul should have dissipated, Bai Zhe said. That's right. Lone Moon nodded. The strange thing is that the remnant soul has existed for more than a day or two. That proves that it wasn't from before she reincarnated. But little Shorty was completely fine until she was injured by the ghost immortal Xin Qi. Then, Shining reminded me that when Chef was in the egg, he also encountered the ghost immortal Xin Qi. That's why I checked on him. Although it wasn't obvious, his primordial spirit was indeed showing signs of disorder. Chapter 266. I Ching paused and instinctively checked his own essence soul. His face paled. I thought it was because of this body of mine, that's why, it's the exact opposite. Lone Moon said in a low voice. It's because your soul is incomplete that your body has always been like this. I Ching frowned. His expression darkened. And then there's Bai Zhe, me. Bai Zhe paused. When you fought with Qian Yu that day, we were right beside you. Lone Moon pointed to a certain foodie beside him. She saw that there was something wrong with you, so we decided to follow you back to White Cloud Mountain. Shen. Bai Zhe's heart warmed. He instinctively looked at Shining. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression fell again. He exuded an aura of grievance. After a while, he said, but, there's nothing wrong with my essence soul. There's nothing wrong with your essence soul, but I'm not sure about the rest. Bai Zhe paused. What did that mean? There are countless demonic beasts in the lake under White Cloud Mountain, right? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at the foodie. Didn't you take Shining to see them yesterday? Those demonic beasts didn't exist before, right? Indeed, they didn't exist before. Do you know where they came from? Bai Zhe paused. I don't know either. They just appeared recently. I remember that back in the Three Azure Realms, you stayed with the Yi family for tens of thousands of years. Lone Moon continued, none of the demonic beasts in the Mirage Sea dared to come ashore. Back in the Divine Realm, your divine power should be even stronger. Why did demonic beasts dare to appear near your residence? And all of them are low-level demonic beasts with no spiritual intelligence. He didn't think about this problem. At that time, he just wanted to recuperate first. When Shining came over, she would definitely be happy. The only explanation is that there's something wrong with your soul, affecting your powers. It's just that this effect is so small that you didn't notice it at all. Lone Moon poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip before continuing, "You're from the divine race. The demonic beasts with spiritual intelligence naturally know how powerful you are and don't dare to come close. And the low-level demonic beasts can only sense danger instinctively. They don't know who you are." The White Spirit Mountain was rich in divine power, making it the best place to cultivate. Now that Baize's soul was in trouble, these demonic beasts without intelligence would not be able to sense the danger and would naturally swarm over. Baize fell silent. It was indeed possible. So Shining went fishing with him yesterday because she was worried. But she said she didn't like him at all. Heartbroken. "Elder, you mean to say that all three of us had a strand of our soul extracted, but we didn't notice it?" Xian Tong asked worriedly. "You are indeed missing a remnant soul, and we have found this remnant soul, but we haven't thought of a way to let it return. But I Ching and Baize, we're just guessing." Lone Moon frowned. "A remnant soul is different from a complete soul. We can't tell if the soul is complete." "I have an idea," Baize suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. They all turned to look at him. Baize turned his hand, and a bronze mirror the size of a palm appeared in his hand. "This is the life mirror, my lifelong Dharma artifact. Through this mirror, you can see a person's past and present life. But you have to have a complete soul. If you don't have a complete soul, you won't be able to see anything in the mirror. So it could be used to check if they were missing a remnant soul." Lone Moon's eyes lit up. He immediately carried Chef down from the stool. "Then let's take a look." I Ching was not paying attention and was squeezed in front of the mirror. He and Baize glared at each other at close range, then looked at the mirror. Baize immediately activated the life mirror in his hand. A white light flashed across the surface of the mirror, but it was completely white inside. Only Father Nyo's reflection could be seen. His hand was still empty. In an instant, the three of them's expressions darkened. Indeed, they guessed correctly. Baize and Chef's souls were in trouble. "The three of us have interacted with the ghost immortal. It must be done by the same person." Xian Tong looked worried. "But why did he want to extract our remnant souls?" Remnant souls were not like complete souls and spirits. If they were missing, it would not have much effect on the body. Over time, they would recover on their own. "It might not be the three of you." Shining, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "There are others who have interacted with the ghost immortal." Everyone was stunned. I Ching, who was still in Lone Moon's hand, was the first to react. His eyes widened. Those two drama queens. His expression darkened. A look of panic flashed across his face. He hurriedly looked at the person in front of the table. "Master. Let's go." Shining patted her butt and stood up. "I'm full. Breakfast." The three of them exchanged glances, then turned and began to fly on their swords. Baize and Xian Tong could only follow, confused. "Elder Lone Moon, who are the drama queens?" Xian Tong could not help but ask. "Chef's cheap parents." Elder I Ching's ancestor's surname was Drama. Didn't Divine Race have family surnames? She had never heard of Drama. What Shining said was not impossible. If Little Short Yi and the others had lost a sliver of their remnant souls because they had interacted with the ghost immortal, then Feng San, who had made friends with the ghost immortal, could have interacted with them before. He was familiar with Zhu Ming and had been to the underworld more than once. There was also Long Zhen. Although she had never met a ghost immortal, she had guarded the dragon egg for so many years. She did not even sense the yin qi in the egg. If the ghost immortal had really taken her remnant soul, she should not have known. Reality proved that they were not thinking too much. Feng San and Long Zhen did not appear in Bai Zai's life mirror at all. How can this be? Long Zhen was confused. With her and Feng San's cultivation levels, how could anyone take away their souls without them knowing? Even if it was just a remnant soul. From what I know, ghost immortals are all very strong. Ordinary divine race members are not their match. But given little Zhen's and my cultivation levels, we can fight them to a draw. Feng San said in a low voice, but there is no ghost immortal who is much stronger than us and can take away a sliver of our remnant souls. Why did we? He looked confused. If Yi Qing, the son who ran away with his master, had not suddenly returned to tell them this, they would not even have known that they had lost a sliver of their remnant souls. Can't you guess who did it? Lone Moon asked anxiously. The two exchanged a look and shook their heads. Their expressions darkened. We don't know. What's more, why would the other party want a sliver of our remnant souls? Do you have a way to find your remnant souls? Lone Moon asked. After all, they were divine race members. The two shook their heads. A remnant soul is different from the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. We did not even notice that a sliver of our remnant soul was missing. How can we find its location? But we can ask someone what the other party wants a remnant soul for, Feng San suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. Bai Zai suddenly thought of something. You mean Hongyu? That's right. Feng San nodded. Supreme Divinity Hongyu is the oldest god in the divine realm. If there's anyone who knows the most about souls, it's probably him. Long Zhen reacted as well. Then let's go to Lingtai Mountain immediately. As she spoke, she was about to turn when the air in the hall suddenly twisted. It was as if someone had torn space apart. A black figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Chapter 267. Brother Feng, I have an urgent matter that I need your help with. The person who broke through the void was Zhu Ming. He looked at Feng San anxiously. Brother Zhu. You are. Feng San hesitated. He did not expect Zhu Ming to appear so suddenly, and in such a manner. Although breaking through the void could allow one to travel thousands of miles in an instant, it took a lot of energy to do so. Unless it was a matter of life and death, ghost immortals would not use it easily. Zhu Ming, on the other hand, looked anxious. Brother Feng, may I ask where the 3 people who entered the underworld the last time are now? He stopped mid-sentence. Then, he saw Shining and the others standing at the side. His eyes brightened and he immediately turned and cupped his fists. That's great. Everyone is here. Mother Feng. Something happened to Mother Feng. What happened to her? Lone Moon stepped forward and asked, shocked. I don't know what happened either. Her soul suddenly became very unstable. Zhu Ming's expression was one of panic. He scanned the area before his gaze landed on Shining. Exalted Goddess, please save Mother Feng. He had already noticed that this exalted goddess Shin's cultivation level was not as low as it seemed on the surface. If anyone could save Mother Feng, it would be them. He had no other choice, which was why he had come here. Shining and Lone Moon exchanged a look. They decided to go and take a look. After all, the fact that they were missing a remnant soul probably had something to do with Mother Feng. Let's go and take a look at Mother Feng first, Lone Moon instructed Feng San and Long Zhen. I'll have to trouble you two divine supremacies to go to the Lingtai mountain and ask about the remnant soul first. The two of them looked at them worriedly. But you? Feng San looked confused. He did not understand why Zhu Ming did not come here to ask for his help, but to look for his son's seemingly weak master. He wanted to stop them, but Long Zhen glared at him. He swallowed his words. Thank you, everyone. Seeing that they had agreed, Zhu Ming hurriedly thanked them. Then, he anxiously led them across the void. The few of them felt their vision darken. The next moment, they found themselves in the underworld. Ghostly chi filled the air, and wandering souls were everywhere. In front of them was an unfamiliar palace surrounded by thick yin chi. It was obvious that this was Zhu Ming's residence. However, half of the originally tall hall had collapsed. From time to time, sharp and ear-piercing screams could be heard, and the red light of the array formation could be faintly seen inside. Mother Feng is inside, Zhu Ming said anxiously as he led everyone in. Only then did they see that the inside of the hall had been destroyed even more severely. There were broken walls everywhere, and only a restrictive array formation was lit up at the very center. The person in the formation was Mother Feng. She had reverted to her crazy self and was attacking the formation that trapped her. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was contorted in pain. More importantly, there were 9 Mother Fengs in the formation, and from time to time, they would let out cries of resentment, hatred, and anger. The force of their attacks on the formation was getting stronger and stronger, and the formation was on the verge of collapsing. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming exclaimed. He immediately went forward and conjured a seal to stabilize the array. Her soul was split. Lone Moon was shocked. He turned to look at Zhu Ming. What happened? Logically speaking, souls should be connected to each other. As long as they weren't in the soul-splitting formation, they should be able to gather together. Why did Mother Feng seem to be getting more and more scattered? I don't know either. She suddenly became like this. No matter what I did, her soul could not gather together. I could only trap her here, Zhu Ming explained as he set up the array. He looked at Shining pleadingly. I had no choice but to trouble all of you. Last time, all of you were able to destroy the soul-splitting formation. Can you tell what happened to Mother Feng this time? Lone Moon frowned. We can't tell what happened to her either. Mother Feng was different from Chef and the others. What she lacked was a primary soul, not a remnant soul. Zhu Ming looked disappointed. He became even more anxious. Inside the array, Mother Feng's attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps she was tired, or perhaps her scattered soul could no longer withstand the torment. But the shrill cries were getting louder and louder. They seemed to be filled with hatred and indignation. Every word reverberated in the eerie underworld. I hate you. Why did you do this to me? Why? Heaven fall Yellow Springs, to be together forever. Ha 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 ha, liars, all liars. I won't die. I won't die. Even if I become a ghost forever and never reincarnate, I will drag you down to hell with me. The great Tao is heartless. Cutting off one's emotions to gain enlightenment is all a lie. Give me back my life. Give it back to me. The cries were getting louder and louder. Suddenly, black chi appeared around Mother Feng's translucent soul. It did not look like the yin chi of a ghost immortal, nor did it look like demonic chi. It was filled with anger, as if it wanted to destroy everything in its path. Grievous energy. Zhu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Although those who were able to cultivate to the level of ghost immortal had died with great resentment, this was the underworld. The Yin River of the underworld would take away all the resentment of ghosts, preventing them from falling into madness. Therefore, ghost immortals would not easily leave the underworld. But Mother Feng's soul had already split. Why would she still have so much grievous energy? Zhu Ming's eyes widened. Suddenly, he thought of something. His face turned even paler. Could it be that she still can't let it go? There's one less soul inside, Xian Tong suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. They turned around to take a closer look. Indeed, only 8 of the original 9 Mother Feng were left. The grievous energy around the soul was getting stronger and stronger. In a short while, all 5 of them were covered in a thick, black grievous energy. It was gathering towards the center, as if some invisible force was pulling it apart. Grievous energy gathering souls, Bai Zhe said in shock. The grievous energy was gathering her scattered souls. No, Mother Feng will be swallowed by the grievous energy. Zhu Ming looked even more worried. He conjured a few hand seals, but there was no reaction. On the other side, Mother Feng's scattered souls had completely gathered together. The raging cries had also stopped. Mother Feng was dressed in a long black robe. Her hair was messy as she stood in the middle of the array. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed down her cheeks. She suddenly quietened down. Her madness was gone. They did not know if it was an illusion, but the red light in her eyes seemed to have grown brighter. His eyes were fixed on this side. Suddenly, he grinned and revealed a sinister smile. Mother Feng. Zhu Ming subconsciously took a step forward. The smile on Mother Feng's face widened until the corners of her mouth reached her ears. Her eyes bulged so much that they looked like they were about to pop out of her eye sockets. A creepy laugh suddenly sounded. He 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 he. You're an accomplice too. All of you deserve to die. Give me back my life, will you? Little junior brother. You, remember. Zhu Ming's eyes widened. He froze. Mother Feng waved her sleeves. The grievous energy filled the air, accompanied by shrill cries, rushed towards Zhu Ming. Even the yin qi around them was pushed back. It looked like it was about to swallow Zhu Ming whole. Zhu Ming! Lone Moon exclaimed. He sent a beam of sword qi at Zhu Ming, pushing him away. That was how he managed to avoid the grievous energy. The ground rumbled. The palace that was already in ruins was now a pile of rubble. Chapter 268. Zhu Ming crawled up from the ground in a daze. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at the array anxiously. Mother Feng, Feng. The figure in the array had disappeared. Even the grievous energy had disappeared into the array. This. He stood in the array, panicking. What happened? Why did Mother Feng suddenly disappear? Where did she go? I Ching frowned and stepped forward to check the array on the ground. This array is not broken. I don't think she broke out of it. Then where did she go? Zhu Ming was getting more anxious. He conjured a few seals to search for her aura. After a while, he put his hands down in disappointment. I can't find her aura. Also, there are no signs of other arrays being activated. Could it be that she broke through the void? Bai Zhe asked. No. I Ching shook his head. There were no signs of any sorcery just now. Everyone's expressions were solemn. The array was not broken and there were no signs of other arrays. How did she disappear? Zhu Ming's expression was one of despair. It was as if all his energy had been sucked out of him. He fell to the ground. Where did she go? Souls can attract each other, right? Shining suddenly asked. Everyone paused and then reacted. Soul summoning technique. Mother Feng lost her primary soul. Zhu Ming said anxiously. You're saying that someone used her primary soul to summon the other souls away. But he changed his mind and his face darkened. I clearly trapped her with an array just now. What kind of soul summoning array in this world can use just one main soul to summon all the other souls? There is. Shining nodded. Haven't you guys seen it before? Zhu Ming paused. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened and he exclaimed in unison, that mystic realm array. Back then, that array was able to pull Shorty from the immortal realm all the way to the divine realm with just a sliver of her remnant soul. She's in her own residence. Zhu Ming regained his senses and turned to fly to the right. Lone Moon and the others exchanged a look and flew up on their swords. Moss. I Ching turned to pull Shining onto the sword out of habit. Halfway through, he seemed to have thought of something. His body stiffened, and the look in his eyes became even more complicated. Shining, however, did not seem to notice at all. She stood behind Chef and said, "Let's go." Yes, Moss. He did not know why he did not want to say the last word. He looked at Shining, confused. Seeing that she did not notice, he chased after her. Bai Zhe, on the other hand, glanced at the two of them and frowned. His face was filled with grievance. Zhu Ming seemed to be very anxious. He flew very quickly. Lone Moon frowned and glanced at Zhu Ming, who seemed to be in a state of panic. Zhu Ming had completely lost his composure. In a low voice, Lone Moon said, "Fellow Daoist Zhu, don't you think you should explain to us your relationship with Mother Feng?" Previously, he had mentioned that Mother Feng was his junior sister, and it didn't seem like they were close. But now, it didn't seem like that was the case. Zhu Ming's face paled. He looked at Lone Moon guiltily. A moment later, he closed his eyes and sighed. It's not that I'm hiding this from you on purpose. It's just that Mother Feng is too stubborn. I'm afraid that something bad will happen to her again. That's why I purposely did not mention the past. She is indeed not my junior sister. She is my senior sister. Zhu Ming's expression became even more complicated. When she was alive, we were from the same sect. We grew up together. Later, she ascended to immortality before I did. By the time I ascended, she had already been killed by evil people. I became a ghost immortal because of her. But ghost immortals cultivate at the expense of their souls. The higher their cultivation level, the weaker their souls. Although Mother Feng managed to get her revenge after she became a ghost immortal, the hatred in her heart only deepened. Her cultivation became more and more extreme. I was worried that if this went on, her soul would dissipate one day. I wanted to persuade her to forget the past and reincarnate with me, but she refused. Zhu Ming clenched his fists by his side. His expression became even more sorrowful. After that, she lost her primary soul in an accident and forgot everything. I hoped that I could coax her to reincarnate first and then slowly find her primary soul. That was better than having her soul destroyed. But I did not expect her hatred to be so strong. Even without her primary soul, she still remembers what happened in the past. Fellow Daoist Lone Moon. Zhu Ming said seriously, "I'm really sorry. I was afraid that if I brought up the past in front of Mother Feng, I might agitate her. That's why I did not tell her about what happened between us. Her soul is extremely weak now. It could dissipate at any time. If we don't send her to reincarnation soon, I'm afraid she won't have the chance to reincarnate again." Lone Moon looked at him, unsure of what he meant. He did not continue asking. Zhu Ming flew even faster. Mother Feng's residence was not far. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived. At that moment, there was a red light in front of them. Large numbers of wandering souls were fleeing in panic. Several arrays lit up where the palace used to be. They could vaguely make out the entrance to the mystic realm. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming exclaimed. He rushed toward the entrance of the mystic realm. Zhu! Lone Moon wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only turn around and give the others a look, reminding them to set up a defensive array. Then, he followed Zhu Ming in. In an instant, a red light filled their vision. It was still the small mystic realm that was full of arrays. But now, there was yin qi everywhere. The array that Shening had destroyed had been repaired, and many changes had been made to it. Mother Feng was trapped in the middle of the array. She looked like she was in agony. Her body became fainter and fainter, as if she was about to disappear. A man was floating above the array. His entire body was wrapped in black yin qi. His face could not be seen clearly. All they could make out was the man's figure. Sect Master, it's the ghost immortal who was chasing me. Xian Tong exclaimed. Everyone's expressions darkened. This man had finally appeared. The array below can devour souls. Everyone, be careful not to get too close. Lone Moon shouted a warning, but it was too late. Zhu Ming, who had entered first, had already rushed down without a care in the world. Mother Feng. Before he could land, several blinding beams of red light shot up and hit him. Zhu Ming's body swayed, and a double image appeared on his body. It looked like his soul was being split apart. Chef! Lone Moon immediately turned to warn I Ching. The next moment, I Ching conjured a ray of god power, which wrapped around Zhu Ming and pulled him back. Bai Zhe stepped forward and conjured a spell to stabilize Zhu Ming's disintegrating soul. Zhu Ming did not care about his own injuries. He turned to look at the person controlling the array above Mother Feng. Stop! Who are you? What did you do to Mother Feng? The black figure did not reply. Instead, he activated the array even more. The red light around them grew brighter, carrying with it a frightening aura. Even the people outside the array felt their divine souls waver. They retreated several feet. Everyone's heart jumped. What kind of array was this? Even divine beings could not get close to it. Lone Moon's heart clenched. He thought about how the remnant souls of Chef and the others could be in this person's hands. He turned to the person beside him. Shening, you. He was just about to ask her to attack when Shening seemed to realize something. She turned to Bai Zhe and asked, Furball, what's the use of the soul-suppressing pearl? Bai Zhe paused, then answered, of course it's to stabilize divine souls, is it that? She suddenly pointed below. Everyone lowered their heads to take a look. Sure enough, a pearl was faintly discernible around the black shadow's body. They did not notice it earlier because the yin qi was too thick. Now that they looked closer, they saw that the pearl was emitting faint god power. It was the soul-suppressing pearl. Someone who could use god power to stabilize souls was definitely not a ghost immortal. Could this person be Qian Yu? For the few of them shouted in unison. Chapter 269. The black figure paused, and even the red light around it seemed to slow down. In the next moment, the black qi around the figure disappeared, slowly turning into light blue god power. A face that looked exactly like Father Nyo's appeared. I thought that you would only realize it after a while, Qian Yu said coldly. Qian Yu said coldly. She raised her head and looked over, as if she did not want to hide anything anymore. That's fine too. Let's all become sacrifices for this array. With that, he suddenly waved his hand at everyone. Immediately, the exit of the mystic realm behind them closed, and an array that looked exactly like the one below appeared in the sky. Before they could react, they felt their bodies become heavy. Their internal auras became unstable, and they could not even fly on their swords. They fell from the sky. The red light of the array became even brighter, turning the surroundings blood red. Everyone felt their primordial spirits become unstable, as if they were about to break out of their bodies. Baizé forced himself to set up an array and pulled everyone inside. Only then did the feeling of their souls being cut up stop. You've been hiding your cultivation all this time. Baizé looked at Qianyu in shock as he supported the array. He had fought with Qianyu more than 100 times. He knew his cultivation best. Qianyu still looked serious and upright. It's not that I've been hiding my cultivation, it's just that I'm not the same as before. It's all thanks to your remnant soul. So it was you who took away everyone's remnant soul. Xian Tong exclaimed. Qian Yu's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and said, "It's said that the Baizé family is the only divine race that has existed since the beginning of the world. They were born in the chaos and were the divine beasts that the three gods of creation used to chase away ghosts. Souls are different from other people's. If I want to activate this array, I need your remnant soul. You need my remnant soul to increase your cultivation. Only when I'm strong enough can I do what I want. But now, it's not enough." He frowned, as if he had made up his mind about something. Suddenly, he waved his hand in the direction of the crowd. Lone Moon felt a strong suction force, and his body flew out uncontrollably. The next moment, he was in Qianyu's hand. "Father Niu." Lone Moon. Everyone was shocked, but Qianyu had already struck Lone Moon's chest with her palm. She used all of her strength in an attempt to pull Lone Moon's soul out of his body. With a flash of red light, he suddenly withdrew his hand. However, nothing happened. Not even half a shadow of Lone Moon's body floated out, not to mention his soul. The two of them maintained the posture of one grabbing and the other being grabbed, staring at each other. Lone Moon, Qianyu, everyone, the scene was a little awkward. How is this possible? Qianyu's face was filled with disbelief. The red light reappeared in her hand, and she tried again. Other than messing up the other party's clothes a little, there was no other reaction. Even Lone Moon looked at his chest in confusion. It seems like your soul system is incompatible with ours." Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in his ears. Qianyu was shocked. He turned his head abruptly, only to realize that a woman had appeared beside him out of nowhere. She looked somewhat familiar, and she was looking at him with narrowed eyes. It was clearly a very casual glance, but he felt as if a huge pressure was pressing down on him. "Who are you?" His heart sank. He did not have time to think about when she came over. The other party suddenly smiled, pointed at the person in his hand and said, "This is my father Niu." With that said, she turned her hand and grabbed him by the collar. The next moment, he felt the world spin around him, and everything went black. With a loud bang, Qianyu's entire body was thrown into the air, and then he landed heavily on the ground. Then, one sound after another could be heard. The array on the ground began to crack. In a short while, the array of the entire mystic realm had completely collapsed, and the red light was extinguished. Lone Moon stood up with a lingering fear in his heart. He glared at the person next to him who was playing whack-a-mole, and the fire in his heart began to burn. "Damn it, next time you want to save someone, can you be faster?" My soul was almost sucked out. It can't be. Shening stopped. So many people had lost a remnant soul, except for Father Niu and herself. This proved that Qianyu could not suck out their souls at all. Lone Moon paused. You mean, you knew from the start that he could not suck out my soul, but you did not tell me? Was it that obvious? Don't mind such small details. Small details my ass. Mother Ker, Supreme Divinity by Zay. Xian Tong suddenly exclaimed. Sect Master. The two of them turned to look, only to see Bai Zay suddenly wobble, as if he could not stand properly. He squatted down, his face drained of all color. Furball. What's going on? Lone Moon hurried back and checked his meridians. His eyes widened. Why is his primordial spirit injured? He was fine just now. Mother Feng. Zhu Ming exclaimed as well. Although the array had been destroyed, Mother Feng's soul did not stop dissipating. Instead, it became even more transparent, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Zhu Ming panicked. Ha 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 ha. Qian Yu, whose god power had been destroyed by Shining, suddenly laughed maniacally. Their remnant souls are under my control. If I die, they won't survive either. Everyone's expressions darkened. Bai Zai, on the other hand, turned to look at Shining, who was still stepping on Qian Yu. His eyes brightened, and he suppressed the agitation of his primordial spirit. I'm fine. Shen, are you worried about me? I actually can. Actually, you can shut up. Before he could finish, Li Qing squeezed in between them, his expression dark. He interrupted, my master does not have god power. If you don't want to die, hurry up and recover. It's just a remnant soul. I'm fine. Shen, I'm the only divine being here. No one else can help you. I don't need your help. Ha, Supreme Divinity, don't stand on ceremony. Bai Zai, annoying. I Ching, little b asterisk tch. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The air crackled with electricity. Lone Moon, Shining, Xian Tong, they could still quarrel. Looks like he's really fine. Mother Feng. Mother Feng was in a terrible state. Bai Zai was just a remnant soul, while Mother Feng was the primary soul. Shining looked back and forth between the two of them. She did not want to continue fighting. Qian Yu, Mother Feng has no grudge against you. Why are you doing this? Zhu Ming asked angrily. Qian Yu snorted. Ghost immortals should not exist in this world. I'm doing this for the entire divine realm. You. Zhu Ming was livid. He clearly did not believe Xin Ying's explanation. He summoned his weapon and was about to snatch the primary soul back. Mother Feng, who was in a frenzy in his arms, suddenly rushed out. Her almost transparent body was suddenly filled with grievous energy. The blackness was so thick that it looked like ink was about to drip out of it. Tears of blood flowed out of her eyes as she rushed towards Qian Yu. Bian Xinchen, return my life. Chapter 270. Mother Feng was extremely fast. Her grievous energy seemed to be able to devour everything. Shining subconsciously took a few steps back. Qian Yu was sent flying by her. The grievous energy around him seemed to be able to corrode everything. His Dharma robes melted and even his flesh started to corrode. His bones could be seen. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across his body and Mother Feng was sent flying. The image of a golden lotus appeared around him, enveloping him completely. The grievous energy around him dissipated as well. He took a deep breath and looked at Mother Feng in horror. You are. Zhu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qian Yu in disbelief. Qian Yu snorted. His face, which looked exactly like Father Niu's, began to change. His disguise slowly faded. In a few moments, he had become a completely different person. It really is you. Zhu Ming's eyes widened. He was shocked. You? How is this possible? Mother Feng, who had been sent flying, continued to charge forward. Bian Xinchen, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. She had completely lost her mind. Every time she was sent flying by the golden light, she would charge forward again and again. Every time she charged forward, her soul body would grow fainter and the grievous energy around her would grow thicker. She was about to be swallowed up by the grievous energy. Zhu Ming once again used his sorcery to stop her from killing herself. He looked up angrily at the person in front of him. Bian Xinchen. You're still alive. No wonder Mother Feng refused to reincarnate all these years. Her enemy was not dead at all. And he had become Supreme Divinity Qianyu. Of course I won't die before I complete my great Tao. He looked at Shining fearfully and took another step back. Mother Feng is the biggest obstacle in my great Tao. Obstacle. Zhu Ming clenched his fists, his expression furious. Bian Xinchen, do you still have a heart? She is your wife. She treated you wholeheartedly. She has never let you down. But what did you do to her? In order to complete your great Tao, you destroyed her cultivation, took out her immortal bones and made her die of grievous hatred. You've already caused her so much harm. What more do you want? Bian Xinchen did not look the least bit guilty. He remained calm. To complete my great Tao, I have to make sacrifices. You, Zhu Ming. Bian Xinchen's expression darkened. He scoffed and said, don't you forget that you were the one who told me that only the heartless Tao could help me become a god. Zhu Ming's body shook and his face turned pale. Many emotions flashed across his eyes. I did not think that you would really do that. I just for Mother Feng. Bian Xinchen interrupted him, his eyes full of sarcasm. You've liked her since you were young. When you gave me the Heartless Tao technique, I already knew your motive. It was to make Mother Feng give up on me. Now that both of you are ghost immortals, it can be said that I have fulfilled your wish of so many years. Shut up! Zhu Ming roared. His expression was one of regret and anger. He pointed the sword in his hand at the person in front of him. I did have selfish motives back then, but I never thought that you would really. He could not continue. His entire body trembled as he gritted his teeth and said, kill your wife to prove your Tao. As soon as he said this, everyone present took a deep breath. Shit! Another scumbag. So he was the one who killed Mother Feng in her previous life. They were husband and wife. It was no wonder that Mother Feng was so angry even after losing her primary soul. Bian Xinchen's expression did not change in the slightest. Humph. Cutting off all emotions is the key to achieving the Tao. Only by killing my wife can I become a god. I have never regretted killing her. Bian. Xin. Chen. Zhu Ming was getting angrier. Don't forget, you had a part in Mother Feng's death. Zhu Ming's body stiffened. His face turned even paler, but he continued to glare at the person in front of him. I did let Mother Feng down. That's why I became a ghost immortal. I wanted to take revenge on you. With that said, he summoned his weapon and charged at Bian Xinchen. Return Mother Feng's primary soul. Bian Xinchen did not seem to care about him at all. He did not even try to dodge. Before Zhu Ming could get close to Bian Xinchen, he was repelled by the golden lotus around him. His soul was also on the verge of collapsing. Lone Moon glanced at Zhu Ming, who was lying on the ground. He did not like the two of them at all. Although he knew that Zhu Ming was hiding something, he did not expect it to be something like this. In his previous life, Zhu Ming tempted others to cultivate the heartless Tao in order to get the woman he loved. In the end, Bian Xinchen killed his wife to prove his Tao. Each was worse than the last. Poor Mother Feng. She was killed by her husband when she was alive. After she became a ghost immortal, she lost her primary soul. Bian Xinchen's success in becoming a supreme divinity probably had something to do with Mother Feng's primary soul. Lone Moon just did not understand why Bian Xinchen would disguise himself as him. Was it a coincidence? Lone Moon looked at the person in the sky. No matter what, he had to get Bai Zai's remnant souls back first. Shining. Shining nodded. In a flash, she appeared behind Bian Xinchen. She reached out to grab him. Bian Xinchen was shocked. This time, he reacted quickly. He retreated more than 10 meters. His eyes darkened. Suddenly, he gathered his last bit of god power and turned to strike. Shining had no intention of dodging. The god power brushed past her waist and flew towards the direction behind her, where Mother Feng was. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming exclaimed. He rushed over, but he was too late. The god power hit Mother Feng directly, and the array trapping her instantly dimmed. Before anyone could react, Mother Feng rushed out once again. Her body was brimming with resentment as she rushed towards Bian Xinchen. Using all her strength, she shouted, "Bian! Exin! Chen! Mother Feng, don't!" Zhu Ming cried out. But it was too late. Mother Feng was already engulfed by the grievous energy. Her thin, cicada-like soul body collapsed with a ding. It turned into spots of light and disappeared into the black grievous energy. Mother Feng! Zhu Ming fell to the ground as if he had lost consciousness. His face was filled with despair. The next moment, Bian Xinchen's god power surged. His cultivation level increased exponentially. His entire body was enveloped in blue god power. Even the god power that Shining had destroyed earlier started to gather again. His face was filled with excitement. Indeed, she's the only obstacle in my way of achieving the great Tao. Only when she disappears can I cultivate the heartless Tao and become the only true God in the divine realm. Ha 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 ha, his expression became more and more excited, and the divine power around him became thicker and thicker. The pressure that filled the sky came crashing down on everyone, and everyone felt their blood boiling. Short Yu, who had the lowest cultivation level, fell to one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 271. Short Yu. Lone Moon wanted to help him up, but he felt his chest tighten as well. His meridians felt like they were about to break. Bian Xinchen, you caused Mother Feng's soul to dissipate. I want you to pay with your life. Zhu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly rushed towards Bian Xinchen and hugged him. He activated all the yin qi in his body and wrapped it around Bian Xinchen. He's going to self-destruct. Wait! Lone Moon was shocked. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the entire mystic realm shook. A huge impact came. If I Ching had not set up a defensive array in time, the few of them would have been sucked in. The scene was already a cloud of dust. Humph, fool. However, even the self-destruction did not harm Bian Xinchen in the slightest. He only gently brushed off the dust on his body and coldly glanced at the others on the ground, as if he was looking at a group of ants. I have already become a true god. There is no one in the three realms who can stop me. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out beside their ears. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Bian Xinchen, who was wrapped in god power and floating in mid-air, was kicked down by Shining. He hit the ground with a loud bang. The suppressive force on everyone disappeared. That's impossible. Bien Shinchin crawled to his feet. His eyes widened as he looked at the person above him in disbelief. That's impossible. I'm already a true god. Unless you're one of the 3 ancient gods of creation, how can you get close to me? Who are you? Ancient gods of creation. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She thought for a moment before replying, why don't I try beating them up next time? Then we'll see what's the difference. Bien Shinchin's eyes widened. He tried to activate all his cultivation to fight back, but he realized that his god power could not be activated at all. In fact, it looked like it was about to collapse. What's going on? What did you do? Shening, who was about to kick him, paused. She didn't do anything. My god power. Bien Shinchin's expression became even more panicked. The god power around him started to dissipate like a hole in his body. His cultivation, which had just been rising, started to drop. No matter how he tried to stop it, it did not work. That's impossible. I've already cultivated the heartless Tao. Mother Feng's soul was destroyed. How did this happen? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. His face filled with hatred. It's Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming. He lied to me. This heartless Tao can't cultivate to become a true god. There's nothing wrong with the heartless Tao. The one with the problem is you. Bien Shinchin paused. What do you mean? Who gave you the idea that killing your wife can prove your Tao? Cutting off affection and love is the way to be heartless. I did not do anything wrong. Shening could not help but kick him. Your brain is on your head. Being heartless is also your way of thinking. Is there something wrong with your understanding, or is there something wrong with your IQ? Do you think that killing the person you like will break your love? You're the one who's moved, and you're also the one who's in love. If you want to be heartless, why don't you castrate yourself first? It's none of your wife's business. In the end, it's just an excuse that you can't bear to do it to yourself. No, killing his wife to prove his Tao. Are you a professional hater of the main street? Forget it, the great Tao has never lacked girls, it doesn't need your wife's life. I'm not wrong. The next time you cultivate, read more books. She suggested seriously. Otherwise, you'll become a scum who won't even let his wife go. Shut up. Bien Shinchin retorted loudly, but his face was getting paler and paler. There was no way he could stop his god power from flowing out of his body. His cultivation level was dropping too, to the point where it could not even compare to a small god's. My cultivation level, no, chef, come here. Shening could not be bothered with him. She gestured to the people over there, pointing at the man who was desperately trying to hold on to something on the ground. Summon a soul. I don't know how. Summon a soul. I Ching paused, but still conjured a spell and sent it over. Bien Shinchin could not resist I Ching's spell at all. Instantly, a virtual image of a woman floated out of his body, floating in front of everyone. Mother Feng. The few of them exclaimed. This was Mother Feng's primary soul. They did not expect her to be in his body. Perhaps because the rest of her soul had already dissipated, Mother Feng's primary soul had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her eyes were closed, and she looked very peaceful. She did not look like she was before, her face full of blood and tears. Lone Moon quickly conjured a spell and kept Mother Feng's primary soul. Although there was only a sliver of her primary soul left, as long as she was placed in the river of forgetfulness, the power of samsara would be able to repair her soul one day. As for Bian Xinchen, the moment Mother Fang's primary soul left his body, his cultivation level dropped even further. All the blue god power in his body disappeared. In an instant, his cultivation level was even lower than Xian Tong's. Everyone frowned. Suddenly, they understood why he wanted Mother Fang's primary soul. Just as Shining had said, he killed his wife to prove his Tao. He did not cultivate the heartless Tao. Perhaps he even helped Mother Feng. The moment Mother Feng died, she no longer had any feelings for him. That was why she could cultivate to become a ghost immortal in the underworld. Perhaps Bian Xinchen's cultivation level increased greatly the moment he killed Mother Feng. But as time passed, he must have discovered something wrong. That was why he tried his best to seal Mother Fang's primary soul in his body. His cultivation level came from Mother Feng. That's strange. Where are the remnant souls of the others? Lone Moon asked anxiously. He conjured a few soul-summoning spells, but there was no sign of the other remnant souls. There was only Mother Fang's primary soul in Bian Xinchen's body. Ha 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 ha. Bian Xinchen suddenly laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at them. Do you think I set up this mystic realm just to kill Mother Feng? What do you mean? Lone Moon's heart sank. So what if you got Mother Fang's primary soul? Soon, all of you will be like her, never to be reincarnated. He laughed even more maniacally. If I can't become a true god, all of you will die with me. What did you say? Everyone was shocked. Bian Xinchen conjured a spell. The next moment, his body and his soul began to crack like glass. He disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is a sacrifice. Bai Zhe exclaimed. Before anyone could react, the ground suddenly shook, and the entire mystic realm began to collapse. Faint rumbling sounds, each louder than the last, could be heard, and bursts of red light shone from above. What's wrong? It's outside. Lone Moon looked up and shouted, this mystic realm is going to collapse. Let's get out. The few of them mounted their swords and rushed out. The moment they exited the mystic realm, they found themselves in a sky full of red light. The red light from the array was everywhere. It was like pillars of light, shooting up into the dark sky. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. Chapter 272. Bian Xinchen used his soul as a sacrifice just now. He must have activated some array. Bai Zhe shouted, gesturing for everyone to rush out of the red light. The group did not hesitate. They flew away from the red light on their swords. Looking back, they saw that the red light was spreading endlessly in all directions. It was like a spider's web covering the entire ground. Streaks of red light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire divine underworld red. The shaking of the ground became more and more obvious. Shrill cries of ghosts could be heard all around them. The sound was so sharp that it almost pierced through their eardrums. The wandering souls that had been wandering around seemed to be in great pain. They began to flee in all directions. There are many auras over there. I Ching suddenly pointed to the right. Right where the two realms meet. The group exchanged a look. Let's go. They turned and flew in the direction of the divine underworld. A journey that should have taken an hour took them less than 10 minutes to reach the place where the two realms met. It was not that they had increased their speed, but the divine underworld seemed to have shrunk. There was a white light in front of them. A translucent wall of light blocked the divine underworld, sealing it off completely. There were countless arrays on it that they could not understand. It was connected to the red light that was everywhere in the divine underworld. There seemed to be some kind of force pulling it towards the divine underworld. The wall of light was slowly moving towards the divine underworld. With every inch it moved, the darkness in the divine underworld disappeared a little. The divine world also expanded a little. It looked like the divine underworld was being swallowed up. They did not know what the wall of light was. Every time the wandering souls from the divine underworld touched it, their soul bodies would begin to crumble and they would scream in agony. What was even more shocking was that behind the wall of light, there were countless divine beings from different races. They were all making hand seals in unison, as if trying their best to push the wall of light in front of them to swallow up the divine underworld. They could vaguely see familiar figures inside. That's the drama queen. Yi Qing paused. He looked at the two people at the front of the group. Feng San, Long Zhen. Lone Moon stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing? What array is this?" The person on the other side didn't reply, as if he didn't hear their shouts at all. He just maintained the formation with a dull expression. Their souls have been controlled by someone and have become one with the array. They can't hear us at all. Bai Zai's face darkened as he explained, the others should be the same. Everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at the countless figures outside the matrix in disbelief. There were at least tens of thousands of people here. Who could control so many people at the same time? Moreover, they were all from the divine race. They are all divine beings. How can they? Lone Moon stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened and he exchanged a look with Shining. Both of them exclaimed in unison. Remnant soul. Too, everyone's faces paled. Originally, they thought that they were the only ones who had lost their remnant souls. But now, it seemed that all the people outside had lost their remnant souls. In other words, more than half of the people in the immortal world had been affected. F***ck, I have to admit that this maneuver is awesome. This was simply to destroy the netherworld, but who would do such a thing? Lone Moon turned and pulled Yi Qing back. In a low voice, he instructed, Chef, Bai Zai, the two of you stay away from the array. The wall of light was moving faster and faster. It carried with it a destructive aura. Without a doubt, if they touched the wall of light, they would be destroyed just like those wandering souls. The few of them had no choice but to retreat. Lone Moon scanned the crowd anxiously. We have to find the person controlling them quickly. Otherwise, the entire netherworld will be finished. Elder Lone Moon, look. Xian Tong suddenly pointed to the right and shouted. Everyone turned to look. Not far to the right, the wall of light suddenly emitted a beam of white light. It cut through the darkness of the netherworld and went straight to the deepest part of the netherworld. It seemed to be cutting a path. They could vaguely see a white figure flying towards the depths of the light. That should be the mastermind. Chase! Lone Moon reminded them. He turned and rode on his sword to chase after it. The others did not hesitate. They all followed. The figure in front was very fast. Even though everyone was trying their best to chase after it, they could only see a shadow. Lone Moon gritted his teeth and was about to speed up to chase after it. Father Nyo! Shining suddenly reached out and pulled him back. Lone Moon almost fell off from his sword. Shining, you dash, there's a river. She reminded him. She also grabbed Xian Tong and Bai Zai who were about to fly over. Yin River. Lone Moon was shocked. He almost forgot that there was such a thing in the netherworld. He looked at the person who was already a white dot. He became more anxious. Let's go around. Too slow. Just as he was about to ask Shining to bring them around, she suddenly spoke. Lone Moon's heart sank. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, Shining, don't tell me dash. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his collar tighten, and in an instant, his whole body was dragged forward. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and all that was left was a blur, and the three people who were also being dragged forward. The four of them, in the blink of an eye, the figure that was still a white dot in front of them was getting closer and closer. A moment later, they felt their ears stop buzzing. They had already stopped in front of the white figure. It was a white-robed old man with a head of white hair. Even his beard was white. There seemed to be a habitual trace of a smile on his lips. He looked like an amiable old man. There was not a trace of hostility on his face. He did not look like someone who wanted to destroy the entire netherworld at all. "It's you." The old man frowned. He looked straight at Lone Moon. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he looked like he understood. "My prediction was right. You are the biggest variable. You know." Ugh! Before Lone Moon could finish, his expression changed. The side effects of moving at such a high speed exploded. He turned and vomited. His face turned green. His vomiting seemed to have turned on some kind of switch. I Ching, Bai Zhe, and Shorty all turned their heads. Their faces turned green as they started vomiting. They looked like they were going to vomit their bile out. In an instant, there were only 2 people standing opposite each other and 4 people who were bent over and vomiting. Shening, the old man, the scene was extremely awkward. Straight face, he knew it would turn out like this. Shening had run away really fast. Lone Moon conjured several spells on himself before he managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He looked at the person opposite him. "Who exactly are you?" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Zhe, who had also recovered, exclaimed, "Supreme Divinity Hong Yu." Chapter 273. The man snapped out of his trance and smiled at Bai Zhe. "Supreme Divinity Bai Zhe, it's been a long time. Why are you here?" Bai Zhe could not believe his eyes. He had known Hong Yu for so many years. The other party had always been unconcerned about anything and had always been so kind. Although he was the person with the highest cultivation level in the divine world, he could not even bear to hurt the wild beasts. He could even share his cultivation techniques with others. "Hong Yu, you really want to destroy the underworld?" Hong Yu's smile deepened. He had no intention of hiding it at all. "This is my lifelong wish." Why? He had never thought that the person who wanted to destroy the underworld would be him. "Everything I do is for the people of the 3 realms." People. Without the underworld, how can the people of the 3 realms reincarnate? "I don't want to reincarnate." Bai Zhe was shocked. "What do you mean?" Hong Yu looked calm. His eyes darkened. A moment later, he said, "Bai Zhe, I'm different from you. I've been alive since ancient times. I've watched my friends and family leave me one by one. No matter if they were friends or foes in life, once they reincarnated, everything is gone. I'm the only one left. Although their souls are the same, they are no longer the people they were before. I've always been thinking about how I can find them." He sighed, as if recalling something from the past. A look of loss flashed across his eyes. In this world, be it humans, immortals, or gods, nothing lasts forever. Neither immortals nor gods can. Neither immortals nor gods can. One day, we will all die and enter reincarnation to become someone else. His eyes darkened as he looked at the crowd. Everyone in the 3 realms pursues eternal life. Mortals want to ascend to become immortals, immortals want to become gods. As for the gods, they would still fall. I'm the only one left from the first batch of ancient gods. Does anyone still remember the ancient Qilin and the black tortoise? I've always wondered why we still came to an end when we had an unlimited lifespan. He suddenly smiled. He looked as kind as ever and his body was still glowing faintly. In the end, I finally understood. The reason why there is no true immortality in this world is because there is reincarnation. Bai Zhe was shocked. He immediately understood why he had come to the underworld. You want to destroy the reincarnation stage. Without reincarnation, there is no reincarnation. Hong Yu did not seem the least bit afraid that Lone Moon would find out. He continued, as long as the underworld is gone, there will be no reincarnation stage. The living beings of the three realms would not be pulled into the cycle of reincarnation, and there would be no such thing as birth and death. This is true eternal life for everyone in the three realms. You. Bai Zhe's eyes widened. Do you know how many wandering souls your formation will kill? Without the reincarnation platform, they will not be able to reincarnate again. They will disappear from this world forever. A look of pity flashed across Hong Yu's face. He closed his eyes and said, "This is a necessary sacrifice." Bai Zhe frowned. Lone Moon, on the other hand, took a step forward and summoned his immortal sword. It was obvious that this person had fallen into obsession and could not listen to anyone else. We will not let you destroy the underworld. Hong Yu glanced at him and gave him a meaningful look. You are indeed the biggest variable in this matter. Even though I asked Bian Xinchen to take on your appearance and block the heavenly Tao, you still managed to reach the divine world. Lone Moon paused. You know me. Bai Zhe should not have seen him before. I just predicted that you were once my biggest obstacle. He smiled, as if he no longer cared about Lone Moon's existence. But now that things have come to this, you can no longer stop me. Before Lone Moon could figure out what he meant, Hong Yu suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, a transparent crystal ball appeared in his hand. There was a flash of white light inside. A huge suppressive force came pressing towards them. Everyone was forced to take a step back, but Hong Yu had already turned and flew forward. Stop. Holy shit. Bai Zhe, what are you doing? Just as he was about to stop Hong Yu, Bai Zhe suddenly turned around with his sword and attacked him. He instinctively dodged, but the other party attacked again. Bai Zhe, you don't really believe him, do you? Chef, help. He was just about to call for Chef's help when he turned around and his eyes widened. Chef had unsheathed his sword, but he was not helping Hong Yu. Instead, he was stabbing at Shening. Shening. Ha! Shening subconsciously turned to the side, only to see the sword in Chef's hand directly brush past her body and fall to the ground, creating a huge pit. I Ching. Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a closer look at Bai Zhe and I Ching. They looked dazed, as if they had lost their minds. He immediately thought of Feng San and Long Zhen. Shit, Shening and the others are being controlled by that old man Hong Yu. Lone Moon reacted. As he dodged, he shouted, Bai Zhe and Chef's remnant souls are in his hands. Shening frowned and turned to look in Hong Yu's direction. She realized that he had not gone far. He was standing not far away. He waved his hand in front of him. Immediately, the darkness around them dissipated, as if something had been opened. A golden light shot into the sky. It's the reincarnation stage. Lone Moon exclaimed. Shening turned to rush over, but I Ching's figure flashed and he stood in front of her again. She paused. Chef. They're being controlled. They have no consciousness. They're only attacking you with their remnant soul's instincts. Lone Moon shouted. He can't hear you. Indeed, I Ching did not reply. He conjured a seal and froze Shen Ying's body. He waved his hand expressionlessly. Instantly, a sky full of swords appeared. The cold swords were all aimed at her. He leapt up and lunged at her again. Shining was stunned. She did not know if she should attack. In the next moment, the sky full of swords started raining down on her. Lone Moon was shocked. Shining, before he could finish speaking, there was a series of clanging sounds. Countless immortal swords landed around Shining. They formed a circle of swords, trapping her inside. Shining felt a weight on her neck. She bent down subconsciously. Then, she felt something warm on her lips. Something was imprinted on her. Ha! Lone Moon, Xiantong, Shining, was this, acting on instinct? Shen Ying's mind went blank for a moment. The key thing was that a certain person was standing on tiptoe on the hilt of a sword and hugging her neck. He obviously had no experience in kissing. He just rubbed his lips against hers, then licked her, dissatisfied. Then, his saliva smeared all over her face. The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. She tore the person in front of her off her body. Father No, can I kill him? Lone Moon, before he had time to react, Bai Zhe had already broken through the array and was attacking him again. Holy shit, Bai Zhe was trying to kill him. They were all acting on instinct. Why was Chef so outstanding? Chapter 274. Help. He had no choice but to turn to Shining for help. Shining did not hesitate. In a flash, she grabbed Chef, who was still trying to climb onto her body, and came over. She grabbed Bai Zhe's sword-wielding hand and flung him to the ground. Lone Moon hurriedly activated his immortal chi and knocked the back of their heads twice. He also conjured a few spells to make them fall asleep. The two of them finally fell over. Sect Master, Elder. Xian Tong pointed in front of her in a panic. The two of them looked up. Not far in front of them, there was already a huge patch of white light. They could vaguely make out many figures. The array had already forced them here. So fast. Lone Moon hurriedly turned to look at Hongyu. He was already standing on the reincarnation stage, surrounded by all sorts of unfamiliar array formations. The pearl that he had used to control Bai Zhe and Chef was floating on the reincarnation stage, glowing with a blinding white light. There seemed to be a huge amount of energy inside it that was about to explode. Everyone's remnant souls must be inside there. He's trying to make that soul pearl explode. Lone Moon's face paled. He exchanged a look with Shining and rushed over. Lone Moon activated all the sword chi in his body and swung his sword at Hongyu, who was in the middle of setting up an array. Just as the huge sword chi was about to hit Hongyu waved his hand and a wave of god power dissipated the sword chi. I told you, you can't stop me. Hongyu's expression darkened. Lone Moon smiled and pointed in front of him. I can't, but she can. Hongyu turned back to see that Shining was already standing on the reincarnation stage. She reached out and scooped up the pearl that was floating on the stage. How can this be? Hongyu was shocked. Finally, a hint of anger appeared on his face. Put the soul pearl down. Immediately, the sky filled with wind blades attacked Shining. Shining, be careful of the soul pearl. Lone Moon shouted. Shining, who was just about to retaliate, paused. She turned and retreated several feet. The sky filled with wind blades missed their target. They all struck the surroundings of the reincarnation stage. The surrounding array dimmed. Even the huge red array that covered the entire underworld seemed to flicker. Lone Moon's eyes brightened. He immediately understood. Shining, the array around the reincarnation stage is the eye of the array outside. Destroy it. Shining did not hesitate. She held the soul pearl in one hand and punched the ground beneath her feet. With a loud bang, the entire array formation cracked. One by one, the cracks spread towards the surrounding array formations, and wherever they passed, the red light would instantly extinguish. The fissures continued to spread, splitting apart the withered ground and layers of array formations, and finally, the reincarnation platform. Shining, Lone Moon, Hongyu, Air. Father Nyo, if I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Believe your sister. Lone Moon felt the urge to kill someone. Are you a freaking spy sent by a monkey? It's one thing for you to smash the ground, but why did you smash the reincarnation stage as well? She was in cahoots with Hongyu, wasn't she? Fortunately, there were only some cracks on the reincarnation stage. It had not collapsed yet. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. The ground suddenly shook. Before Shining could retract her fist, there was a sudden crash. A crack about a meter wide appeared on the ground, and it started to tear towards the reincarnation stage. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What he wanted really came true. Lone Moon's face turned pale. Oh no, Father Nyo, give me your sword. Ha! Lone Moon was still confused. Shining took the sword from his hand and turned to the right. She gripped the sword tightly in her hand and stabbed it into the ground. There was a loud crash. An even bigger crack appeared on the right side, stopping the crack that was spreading towards the reincarnation stage. The crack stopped immediately. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, he was scared to death. Elder, Sect Master. Suddenly, a voice filled with fear rang out. The two of them turned to look and their eyes widened. Shorty. They did not know when Shorty had been caught by Hongyu and placed on the reincarnation stage. What are you trying to do? The soul pearl is gone. This girl's soul is special. She can still destroy the reincarnation stage. Hongyu suddenly smiled at the two of them, as if he had accomplished something big. He grabbed Xian Tong and jumped into the reincarnation stage. Shorty. Lone Moon was shocked. It was too late to rush over. The two of them were no longer on the reincarnation stage. All he could see was a patch of golden light. Lone Moon was anxious. Hongyu was doing this on purpose. He had no intention of using the soul pearl to destroy the reincarnation stage. He wanted to use Shorty's soul. What should we do? Shining, can you see Shorty? No. Shining shook her head. Suddenly, she recalled something. Father Nyo, the pearl containing Shorty's remnant soul is with you, right? Yes, but, throw it in. What? Quick. Lone Moon retrieved the soul bead and threw it into the reincarnation stage. In the next moment, there was a loud crash. The reincarnation stage began to collapse inch by inch. The golden light inside seemed to be blown away, scattering in all directions. Like fluorescent light, it slowly dimmed. Lone Moon looked at the surrounding fluorescent light in a daze. His eyes darkened. Shorty, she's already gone back. Shining suddenly interrupted. What? Lone Moon paused. He realized that Shining was looking in the direction where the fluorescent light was dispersing. He followed her gaze and found that the fluorescent light that had dimmed earlier was suddenly lighting up again. It was getting brighter and brighter. It was also spreading in all directions. The underworld, which had already shrunk by half due to Hongyu's array, was now expanding outwards. Golden fluorescent light was everywhere. It was like the floodgates had been opened. It flowed endlessly. Lone Moon finally understood why Shining said that the underworld was too bright. It was indeed very bright. Looking up, the entire underworld was covered in golden light. It looked like a boundless ocean. But he could faintly see a few black-green rivers. This was the source of the river of forgetfulness. Not the reincarnation stage, but the entire underworld. Lone Moon was still in a daze. Suddenly, the scenery in front of him changed. It went from a golden ocean to a blue sky. This was the divine territory of the ancient gods. Sect Master, Elder Lone Moon. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Lone Moon turned back to see a familiar figure walking over from afar. Her lips were curved in a bright smile. Shorty. Lone Moon was overjoyed. That was great. She was fine. Just as he was about to step forward, Shining suddenly spoke. Mengpao. What? Chapter 275. Lone Moon paused. He glanced at Shining and then at Xian Tong, who was smiling even wider. What the hell? I'm still used to you calling me Shorty. Xian Tong smiled a little proudly and walked quickly to Shining. Sect Master is indeed as wise as ever. When did you realize that? I even sealed my memories and split off a remnant of my soul. Shining thought about it seriously. From when the God Fiend asked us to find you. Meng Po's mouth twitched. She looked listless. Didn't you find out from the beginning? Sect Master, can't you give me some face? Can't you coax me some other time? Oh. Shining nodded and continued, then let's start from the first time I saw you and felt that your soul was abnormal. Wasn't that even earlier? Straight face, wait. Lone Moon interrupted them, looking confused. Shining. Shorty. She's Mengpao. You knew from the beginning, but you never told me. I thought you knew. Shining tilted her head. What the hell? How would I know if you didn't tell me? What's going on? Isn't she Chenji's mental demon? Mental demons are not souls. Even with the power of reincarnation, how can a complete soul be formed in just a few lifetimes? Before Shining could speak, Xian Tong explained, back then, I was too bored in the divine underworld and wanted to go to the human world. I found the mental demon in the river of forgetfulness and out of curiosity, I captured it and reincarnated. Actually, I reincarnated many times before that. You went by yourself. Then why did the God Fiend ask us to find you? If she was Mengpe, how could the God Fiend not tell? Was he blind? He doesn't know that I reincarnated. She shook her head. They were all three ancient gods. They could predict everything in the world but not each other. What's more, I left a remnant of my soul by the river of forgetfulness. That's why he thought I was still in the divine underworld. Later, my remnant soul was captured by Hongyu and he discovered that I was missing. Hongyu had also noticed that this remnant soul was different from other souls. That was why he had pulled her back to the divine underworld from the immortal world. Then what's with the plot that the God Fiend gave me? It was clearly about her. Although I was immortal after reincarnating, my luck was naturally different from others. Coincidentally, he wanted to solve the problem of the devil realm, so he included me in his calculations. The main female lead's luck in the plot was also because she was Mengpe. How torturous. No wonder Hongyu had instructed Bian Xinchen to drag her to the divine realm by force. He even said that her soul was special. Wasn't it special? She was the original body of the river of forgetfulness. Lone Moon scanned the familiar yet strange person in front of him. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the words did not come out. He clenched his fists by his side and said, "Then now, are you Shorty or Mengpe?" "Both." Lone Moon frowned, not satisfied with this answer. Little shorty, can't you come back? Mengpe did not reply, as if she did not know how to answer this question. Forget it. Lone Moon sighed. He did not want to know the answer again. Damn it. Was his invincible sect destined not to have any sword cultivator disciples? Since you're Mengpe, do you have a way to let those people who are missing remnant souls return? Without someone controlling them, their remnant souls will return on their own. She smiled and said, Mother Feng has already entered samsara. It's just that the scattered wandering souls in the divine realm will need some time to gather and form a soul. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that everything was fine. But there's one person who is a little troublesome. Mengpe suddenly frowned, as if she had encountered a problem. His soul is about to dissipate, but he is unwilling to enter samsara. Lone Moon paused. Instantly, he knew who it was. Hong Yu. She nodded and waved her hand. In a moment, a white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared in front of the two of them. He still looked kind and amiable, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. His body, which was brimming with god power, was now extremely transparent. It was as if he was about to shatter at any moment. You. Seeing Lone Moon, Hong Yu paused. A moment later, he seemed to have thought of something. His entire body bent and he fell to the ground, as if he had lost his last bit of strength. His face was full of despair. I never thought that after so many years of planning, it would all be for naught. Lone Moon frowned. He did not know what to say. Hong Yu was not exactly a bad person. He did not even have any selfish motives. He just wanted to keep everything in this world. He did not even hesitate to jump into the reincarnation stage and self-destruct. Bai Zhe said that when he opened a forum to preach, he did not reject anyone. More than 80% of the living beings in the divine realm had benefited from his kindness. Although his motive for doing this was probably to obtain a remnant soul from everyone to help him enter the divine realm, it was undeniable that he was sincere. What's more, he had spells to control souls. He could have been like Bian Xinchen and directly extracted the primary soul to increase his own god power, but he did not. Even in the end, he did not risk everything and let those who were being controlled rush into fight to the death. He was indeed a kind person. It was just that he had gone in the wrong direction. Forget it. Hong Yu sighed. His body became more and more transparent. His soul started to glow faintly. This is fate. The living beings in the three realms are destined to be unable to escape the pain of reincarnation. They can only struggle to survive in the mortal world. No matter how hard I try, I will not be able to fight against the heavens. Why do you say reincarnation is painful? Shining suddenly asked. Hong Yu paused and looked at her. If reincarnation is not painful, why do people want to become immortals and seek the Tao? My lifelong wish is to help the living beings in the three realms escape this kind of reincarnation. But what does your lifelong wish have to do with the living beings in the three realms? What? Hong Yu paused. I say, uncle, have you not done a census? There are many people who seek immortality, but most of them are mortals. But who doesn't want to live forever? Oh, that means you've asked the living beings in the three realms. This. He was speechless. You didn't even ask them and you're so sure that they all want to live forever. Shining sighed and sat down cross-legged. She supported her head with one hand and said, perhaps living forever is good, but only you think it's good. Everyone thinks differently. Who knows, there might be people who don't want to live anymore. Hong Yu's face paled. He could not find the words to refute her. You didn't even ask them and you're making decisions for others. Everyone has the right to vote in the election of the president, right? Whether they live or die is fine. This is someone else's business. You can't take away their right to choose and then say that it's for their own good, can you? Uncle, as a god, you can't have such double standards. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.